Right now, if I want to start, it's not, it's just going back. Okay, hi. Good morning again, everyone, and thank you, Nidhi and team, for having me over here. I'm going to quickly walk you today through HCL Tech's recent rebranding and our new brand positioning of Supercharging Progress, what it means, why we did it, how we arrived at it, and what it means for our stakeholders, and most importantly, all of you. And without taking too much time, I'm just going to start. So in September of 2022, we decided to launch our new brand, a new logo, a new brand identity, and a new brand positioning. This was, driven by a very distinct positioning of supercharging progress. Now, what does supercharging progress mean? For every brand, what is very, very important is that it must have a purpose. An organization must have a purpose. And when we went about doing this exercise, we thought, what's going to be our North Star? What's going to be our guiding light? That one simple yet very powerful proposition that will guide everything that we do, all our actions, our thinking, something that we can live and breathe day in, day out. And we went about doing this by, starting with an exhaustive research across our clients, across, our employees and other key stakeholders and partners. And we went to them and asked them, what do they think about HCL technologies, HCL Tech in particular, and where do you think we should be, And after, I think, a very, very intense exercise and discussion, we arrived at this particular brand purpose, which is bringing together the best of technology and our people to supercharge progress for our stakeholders. So this is core to what HCL Tech does day in, day out. This is bigger than, the new brand, the new logo, the new colors. This is what defines us truly. So what does this mean, supercharging progress? Supercharging progress is supercharging progress, as you see, for our clients who are obviously at the core of our business. And, we, through our, engineering services, our cloud services, our digital services, transform their businesses, supercharge, their growth and help them propel further in the digital era. Then our people, who are perhaps our most important asset and are key for us to help our clients deliver supercharging progress, So how do we supercharge progress for our people? How do we, fulfill their aspirations? How do we support their growth? How do we, support their ambitions, as they move forward and help our clients grow? And then our communities, where all of you come in, As you know, for HCL as a group, CSR is a very, very important agenda. It's at the core of our DNA. And HCL Tech is just simply carrying forward that philosophy, And Nidhi and her team have been doing a fantastic job working with all of you to supercharge progress for our communities. And we really want to, double down on this philosophy with our new brand, with our new brand purpose. And, we believe that wherever we are, wherever we operate, we must help the communities, progress and propel further. Then our planet, ESG today and, the planet is such an important agenda for all of us, sustainability. And Santosh, some of you must have heard yesterday, talk about our vision. uh, becomes a very, very important pillar in our entire brand journey. So these are the four pillars, four key stakeholders that will support in our journey of supercharging progress. I would now, play a couple of videos and you can see our leadership, elaborate a bit more about the supercharging vision. We'll start with Roshni Nada Malhotra, our chairperson, followed by C. Vijay Kumar, our CEO and MD. Can we have the video?
Was born in 1999. In a span of just 22 years, we are more than 11 billion in revenue. We have more than 200,000 people, representing 167 nationalities across 52 countries and growing. It's been a great supercharging success, and we hope to continue the HCL Technologies story and deepen and strengthen the HCL Tech brand. For HCL Technologies, supercharging progress is not just the digital work and the solutions that we do for our customers. It's the ethos that we create within the organization. A very large part of that being what we do for the people and the planet. Whether we look at environment, whether we look at rural livelihoods, whether we look at urban livelihoods of people in very difficult situations, whether we look at our natural environment. For HCL Technologies, our corporate social responsibility and the work we do for the people and the planet is integral to supercharging progress. HCL Tech is powered by its people to find solutions for the people and the planet, and we are committed to reaching net zero by 2040. The HCL Tech brand is a symbol of our visual as well as our cultural identity. It's youthful, it's strong, it's fun, it's playful, and it's digital. And this is extremely important as we supercharge progress, not only just for our employees and our customers, but also for the technology and the innovation. HCL Tech is focused on bringing together the best of technology in digital, cloud, and engineering, and the best of our people to supercharge progress across all the ecosystems and geographies in which we work.
We'll now have the CVK video. Okay, so while we get that video, you heard Roshni talk about what the brand represents. It represents our culture, our ethos, and it's not just about having a new logo, new colors, a new look and feel, and some fancy advertising and banners. It is about living that purpose day in, day out. And it really manifests what the company stands for and what it aspires for. This is actually what supercharging progress means. And if you would notice, the supercharging progress has a TM right next to it. So we've trademarked supercharging progress as a phrase, and you can from this figure out how serious we are actually about owning this, in literally, metaphorically, in every sense, So can we have the video now? Okay. So I think they're saying it's going to take some more time. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm going to go on. Maybe we'll have that video a little later. So I'm now going to walk you through some of the new brand elements. I've talked about our brand purpose that defines supercharging progress. But these are some of the new brand elements you would have seen. Firstly, the logo, the new logo typeface, HCL typeface. While we move to this new logo, it doesn't mean that we are in any way doing away with our legacy HCL logo, the group logo. And just to come back to the question I had placed in the very beginning, that why did we actually look at a new branding framework for HCL Tech? So if you go back by, let us say, 20-25 years, you would have been very familiar with this HCL logo. And this is the larger flagship HCL Group logo, which had multiple entities under it. And all entities, including HCL Tech, leaned on this particular brand and identity to represent themselves not just in India and beyond, to various stakeholders, and it worked very, very well. But I think as HCL Tech has grown into a truly global organization, it now is present in 54 countries. It represents 167 nationalities. It's got 12 billion in revenues, $12 billion. What was felt was that some of our stakeholders require a much more sharper distinction and identification with the brand, as we grow from here. Retaining our ethos and leaning into our parent, So it's like coming of age for HCL Tech, and it has, reached a point where it needed its own distinct. What we've also done is, created a new HCL Tech font. It's called Rupert. It's unique to HCL, and you will see that over a period of time, it'll kind of represent HCL in many and more ways. You would have seen when you see a brand logo or a brand font, you immediately try and identify it with a particular company or a font. That's what Rupert will do for us over a period of time. We will also use very unique imagery. Some of it is over here, and we'll have a large image bank that you can access. We'll let you know how to do that, and a lot of iconography and infographics that will really define the brand personality. There is a way in which the brand will start communicating with its stakeholders. So these are some of the logo renditions in front of you. I talked about this purple to blue. Forgive me. I think because of the LCD resolution, the purple is not as clear as it should be. But this is a purple to blue gradient. And it has got two variants. You can use a standard HCL Tech logo on a colored background in reverse, and then there is the HCL Tech logo in blue for over a white background or light backgrounds. And there is the standard, black and white, we can do. Then we use the full unit, which is the preferred option, of HCL Tech, saying supercharging progress trademark. And that too has a couple of renditions. One, of course, on the side and one on the bottom, based on, your convenience and where you're placing the logo. And what's going to be the brand voice? How are we going to talk and communicate as a refreshed brand, HCL Tech? We are, as a brand, we are imaginative, we are pioneering, responsible, and resilient as well. And these things also get reflected in the colors that I spoke about, and what they stand for. So we'll always be optimistic about the future, yet be very pragmatic about how we deliver outcomes. I'm going to show you a new brand video, which we put out when we launched this new brand. It just captures most of the stuff that I've talked about, and it landed very, very well across stakeholders. In fact, we got, I think, 2.5 million views in the first 1 week itself, and I hope you like it. Let's go with the new brand video.
Progress. It comes from having a clear objective, a goal, moving forward. Progress. It comes from having a clear objective, a goal, moving forward.
I think we're having some trouble with this video as well. That's okay. We can talk through this. No problem at all. Can we have the CVK video instead while you fix this? Yeah. Let's see the CVK video.
I've been with HCL for the last 28 years and the last 6 years as the CEO of the company. I stand for our people-centric culture and a relationship beyond the contract philosophy. It's ingrained in our DNA. Today, these are table stakes for us. As we progress as an organization, we want to push harder, faster, and accelerate all this without losing sight of our collective responsibility for our planet. We did a lot of research. We interviewed many clients and our people. Supercharging Progress captures the essence of what we do today, and it captures the aspiration of what we want to do more of, at speed, at scale, predictably, consistently, for our clients, for our people, for our communities, and the planet. In a digital business, we are helping clients supercharge their digital transformation by building new IT operating models and the associated organizational change management. In our engineering business, we are supercharging new product releases for 50 of the top 100 companies investing in R&D. We are delivering new levels of reliability, agility, and efficiency for more than 40 of the Global 100 corporations while managing their mission-critical technology infrastructure. For more than 500 global companies, we deliver accelerated savings through our pragmatic automation solutions that deliver predictable outcomes. For us, progress cannot be decoupled from our responsibility for our communities and our planet. In fact, we believe it should be supercharged. For example, recharge 21 times more water than what we consume through a number of community initiatives. Another example, we are creating breakthrough opportunities for promising high school students to gain real-life work experience at HCL Tech and helping them continue their higher education. I am very proud of our purpose. Our purpose to bring together the best of technology and our people to supercharge progress.
So great, you heard it right from the top, from the leaders, what supercharging progress means. And I think now we've solved the problem and we can run the brand video. Yeah, let's have it, and then we'll talk further.
Comes from having a clear objective, a goal, moving forward unwaveringly towards success. It can be fast, it can be slow, it can be disruptive, but one thing it can't be is stopped. While progress might seem inevitable, breakthroughs come from supercharging it, delivering business outcomes at scale, fulfilling aspirations with compassion, innovating responsibly, finding new levels of efficiency, removing barriers, unlocking potential. Business is always moving, so it's easy to confuse motion with real progress. Whether it's day-to-day success or transformational gains, we supercharge progress to change the game. HCL Tech, supercharging progress.
Thank you. So I hope you have a fair idea now of what supercharging progress means for us, and what I would really like to kind of focus on to all of this is that few companies and few brands demonstrate and wear on their sleeves the kind of commitment, HCL Tech is demonstrating through this new brand positioning, and especially, for communities and the planet, something that, we're here to discuss. And what we can assure you is that this is a big agenda for us. And Nidhi and her team, are committed not just to, take these programs and scale them up over here, but also I think, take this philosophy beyond India's shores, and take these learnings to other geographies as well. And with this, I think I'm at the end of the presentation. I'm very happy to take questions if you have any, Yeah.
Sir, just for my learning, we have seen the previous logo which has HCL Tech, and then there is a drop down. So how do you interpret that for us to learn that what that means, how that it changes? HCL, then you have a drop down, drop case you have wrote. Earlier it was full.
So to answer your question, the earlier logo was only HCL. Now we are creating a distinct identity, HCL Tech. HCL Technologies as an entity used to be represented by HCL, the solid logo, and now because that logo remains, that identity doesn't change, the group will continue to use, and we'll continue to lean on that identity, for legacy. What we're doing over here is creating a much more leaner, more modern looking, more contemporary, brand typeface, HCL Tech. And in today's digital age, if you notice, I think today's youngsters look for, lowercase and no full stops. We are in that era. So I think this is much more younger, much more contemporary. To answer your question, if that helps, Yeah, please. No, this is the partnership for Partnering for Change logo mnemonic itself. This is not the HCL Tech logo. This is an infographic just being created. I talked about on that slide infographics. You'll see more and more infographics and mnemonics being used to represent the brand. If you look at brands across the world, especially the ones, they're divided into multiple categories. Brands that use very strong imagery, they lean on very strong photography. I mean, Apple is a great example. Nike is, sports brand do that all the time. And you'll see technology companies, use imagery in a very different way. And one of the ways to talk to your customers, and I've seen it in the case of Google as well, particularly, is use infographics and mnemonics, very nicely. It's just a very lively way and a different way. Every brand has to create a distinct character for itself, and this is what we're trying to do. So you'll see more, and I hope that answers your question. Yeah. Any more questions? And also, I think as we move along, this brand rollout has begun across the HCL Tech ecosystem, and HCL Foundation being part of the HCL Tech family now, and you all being part of the HCL Tech family. You'll very soon, see we'll come to you with how to use these brand guidelines, and how to roll out these, whenever you are actually interacting with stakeholders and working with HCL Technologies and HCL Foundation, So I'm very happy to take any more questions if you have. Please.
Other way. So why there is a need of changing? How do you means? Is it internationally to make it international recognition? Because I understand if I found you in, for example, I want to tweet, so I will see so all the options will come for me. So if I am unaware of the change as a general person, I may not be able to tag you in that. So why this change is required? So I'm not able to understand.
That's an excellent question, So, I spoke about the fact that today, after a 2.5 decade journey, of using that HCL central brand. I'll give you a parallel example, if you look at the House of Tatas, and I'm talking about some 15 years ago, because I've worked there at that point in time. They used to have that central blue Tata logo. All of you must be aware, And every company used to put that logo on top and write their name under it in font Arial size, whatever, and that's life, it was very dull and boring, and then, Ratan Tata one day decided, no, I think we need a new brand architecture, and if you today see, because every business will have its own set of stakeholders, own set of customers. Some are B2B brands, some are B2C brands, and they define their own identities while, referring to, let us say, the Tata logo at some place, Similarly, I'm saying HCL is today HCL Technologies plus plus plus. It has got many more businesses, companies housed under the group umbrella to put it that way. And HCL Tech, I think, deserves, because of its size, its global presence, a new brand identity, And I alluded to the fact that today, some of the people that we hire are, very, very young. They are millennials and Gen Zs, and we talk to them. And I think this brand refresh also kind of leans into our, people philosophy a lot, and makes us, not just a technology company, but a contemporary technology company, to answer your question. So I think from a strategy perspective also, we need that. I hope that answers your question. So HCL still remains within this HCL Tech logo. It's not going away. It's just that we are, I think, looking much younger, and we have a fresh face, And while it's like, leaving your parents' house, but you will keep visiting there, once in a while. Okay.
I have a question here.
Please.
Very exciting to see the new journey of HCL Tech.
Yeah.
But when you stand here and look at the entire NGO community, and yesterday we heard from Mr. Santosh about corporatization of NGOs.
Correct.
And we would like to see how NGOs can also influence the corporates, and what kind of NGOization of the corporate you are seeing. Because from an HCL Tech point of view, when you look at this whole ecosystem of so many communities and NGOs across the country doing amazing kind of work, there lies an amazing potential for you to tap that. And the challenge is, it's all very random. It's not like the business or a company where things can be controlled and monitored and scaled up. So in terms of thought leader, what are your views for the future as you tweak this vision and dynamism, and we start to go into a road of more convergence and collaboration? What are your big picture thoughts?
Okay, so if you saw the slide where I talked about those 4 pillars, 4 stakeholders, I would say very few companies and very few brands in the world, as I mentioned earlier, would actually put this as a purpose, as a mission, And I think that is the biggest demonstration, perhaps, how serious we are, and how invested we are into this particular, partnership ecosystem, as you may call it. I would say that's the biggest demonstration, the fact that, we're putting it up and wearing it as a purpose, as a brand purpose that we live in, day out. I think that's the biggest demonstration. It answers your question, very well. I think very few brands would actually go out and do that, Yeah. So I think with this, maybe we can maybe call it an end. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It was a pleasure being here, and I hope you have a supercharged day, and you can keep going. There's this India match also. I hope the attention is here, So let's hope India wins and we have this India-Pakistan final. Yeah. See you. Thanks.
Just 1 minute. Thank you, Ashutosh. It was a supercharging session, and our vibrant colors truly justify our imagination, creativity, stability, and legacy. Thank you once again. Now I request Ms. Simi Suri to come on the stage to felicitate Ashutosh. Please give a big round of applause for the session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Before we move to the next session, I have a request for all of you. So the next session is on finance and governance, and it is something that I am sure all of you are keen to hear about and kindly look forward to. I request all of you to come forward. It would be easier for our panelists to take questions, respond to them well. So requesting all of you to fill the seats that are vacant in front of you. Also requesting those in the balcony, I understand it might look difficult, but request you to come down. Request you to come in the hall. It would be easier for the panelists to take your session. It will be easier for you to interact and ask your questions. Please come down into the main hall. Nobody has moved. Requesting again, please come forward. Right. Please, come on. The seats vacant, there should be no seat vacant in front of you, the simple rule. Please kindly get up. If you see a seat vacant in front of you, fill it.
And we know some of the names here.
And so I can see the seats vacant in front of you, so please. Yeah, I'm sure it must be feeling warm in the cold early morning, but please, kindly take up the seat in front of you. It would be helpful for the panelists and it would be also helpful for you. Because remember, the session is about finance and governance, and all of us know what happens in this domain when we work together, right?
Some of you, please, whoever is sitting there, please come. This is working? Right. Do please come, because this is a very, very critical and important session as we set up for the day. Join us. Be very active. This will minimize our queries in the year. Extremely active session, important session. Why I am just getting up just to say that you see some new names here and we'll be introducing them very soon. But I just want to also convey that there is a transition happening. Many of you are already aware in terms of our leading teams for finance function. And now it is being hosted directly under HCL Tech. However, that transition has definitely not slowed us down. Just that there are processes which are being studied, and many of you would be approached directly for better understanding and automation of those processes. And that is the whole intent. Again, supercharging our processes is the intent. So we are going to have extremely senior league of colleagues from finance and audit function soon be introduced to us. Many of you are used to this session. We used to have it in past. It has been a legacy at PFC right from when we started with our 30-member team in Shiv Nadar University, and I still see our founding partners in this room, and that's again for us to be super proud moment, because we have carried the legacy forward. We've only built upon those processes, and slight change we will all observe. So take this moment, take this session, I would say pay full attention, and if you have any questions, pose them to us right now. So with that, let me hand over back to the anchors for introductions.
Thank you, Nidhi. Now we move on to the next session, which is on, rightly mentioned, on governance, finance. Over to you, Ruchi, to take this forward.
So, as Dr. Nidhi also suggested, this session is on governance, and governance is the one which gives the right direction to any organization towards success. Good governance practices not only ensures our present, but also helps in forecasting our future in the right way. HCL Tech continuously work towards governance, accountability, transparency to ensure responsiveness, stability, equity, inclusiveness, empowerment, and broad-based participation. It makes sure that issues of common concerns are dealt with regularly and regulated responsibly. Now, to give an overview of the governance related to HCLF good practices, we first invite Mr. Raj Walia. Mr. Raj is Senior Vice President of Finance at HCL Tech, and he has been associated with the organization for the last 25 years. Let's welcome with a big round of applause, Mr. Raj Walia. The next speaker would be Ms. Ruchi Sadana. Heading the Corp Audit and Assurances Services Department, she is Associate Vice President at HCL Tech. She has spent close to 2 decades with our organization. Please welcome Ms. Ruchi Sadana. The next speaker we have is Mr. Sugato Basu, who is the Associate General Manager. And let's welcome him with a big round of applause, please. So now I would request the speakers to help us understand the topic further, and to support the session, we invite Mr. Nitesh Sinha, Manager Finance, HCL Foundation. Over to you, Nitesh.
Good morning, all of you. Hope you have some good breakfast, not here at your home because we don't provided you breakfast. So we will start with, I think, presentation of Ruchi on good governance and accountability. So all stages for Ruchi now. Prior to that? Yes, prior to that.
Hi, good morning, everybody. And I hope everybody is charged. Because I think you have to charge because everything starts with finance. You know? So unless we have money, we can't do anything. But I tell you, and together this foundation, when we started, it basically was started by us, and Simi was there long back. And from there it has grown. And luckily I started HCL when we were 300 employees in HCL Technologies, grown up to 200,000. From a similar smaller place, it has gone multinational. And now I think it is the time HCL Foundation is also moving from India to across the globe. And this is a time that we need to set up all processes. We have set up a lot of processes, systems, so that we work in a way that whatever purpose we are trying to achieve, it is achieved the way we want. It's very important, and the transparency, accountability, everything has to be very clear. Like nobody should feel we are working with the organization, we don't know how that works. And that's the whole purpose of bringing and aligning this foundation with HCL Technologies, so that ultimate aim of money or the foundation is achieved. I think they are doing a fantastic job, and I'm saying the moment I am realizing it is much bigger than it is a different perspective. And the whole purpose of this team, and which we are saying everybody sitting, is that we want to set up the processes in such a way that it becomes seamless even for the partners. It becomes easier for the partners to work with us, and it is easier for us also to measure their progress. Because ultimately, as an organization, when we are choosing a partner, we also want to know that how that is being performing, how the purpose for which we are choosing a partner is actually achieved or not, and that can be demonstrated. You know, the whole purpose of why systems and everything, like whatever we are doing, it needs to be demonstrated, right? And that's the whole purpose. So as an organization, we have proper power of like authority who can do what. There are different departments. It is not one person. Like there are team which deals with you on the background. There is a procurement, there is a legal, there is a finance. all those that ensures that we give the right direction. There should not be happening anything else, right? So that's with that purpose, and I know in some places it may be there like HCL is too bureaucratic, or there are so many processes or so many things. But I tell you, the way we grow, actually, unless we have the systems, we have the procedures, it will be very difficult for us to function. And that's what actually we are trying to do. And in turn, I think I have seen a lot of focus is also there on reviewing your processes, everything. And the whole purpose is that we want to develop you also in a part of our journey. Because tomorrow, if we want to increase our scale, naturally our partner scale also has to be increased. Right? So that is the whole purpose of this, and I think Ruchi will explain you that what are things which we see, how it will be monitored, how it is happen. And second important part, which as a person I would like, because we also want to learn, we are new to this field. Nidhi is there who is doing, but from partners, if you feel any time, right, if we need to add more governance, we need to add more areas and something, all suggestions are most welcome. Because we are also moving into a different journey, and you are basically the champions of this. You know how things are happening on the ground. And if you suggest, okay, this is the process you should implement, or this is the way you should monitor performance, or this is the way you should select a person. If you have any suggestions, please feel free and deal with Nidhi's team so that we can incorporate that. Because ultimately, we want to develop ourselves, our organization as a world-class organization which should say set a benchmark in industry that this is the foundation which is the best and delivering the best to the organization. That's the whole purpose of this. So now Ruchi will explain you the various things which we are doing, various controls we have put in place so that we achieve the best possible with whatever funds we have. Thank you.
Thanks, Raj. May I have the pointer, please? The way Raj said that the things start from finance, it actually ends with audit. So, and I think audit is something which people actually don't want it to happen, but for the governance, it is clicker. I would require. So, transparency is accountability is the topic which we are discussing, and it would definitely cover the kind of audits we are doing. Our partner firms are doing for you, what all is expected from all of you or your firms, because you are the senior most people of your firm, so it becomes responsibility. The governance actually flows from the top. So it is very important that those points are kept in mind, and it is not only for HCL Foundation, but it is for your own NGOs. It is important to have the transparency and the accountability fixed to have the right kind of governance in place. So we'll just start. So what exactly is the transparency of the processes which are being followed in everybody's NGOs, because every NGO has a different purpose. And transparency is something where the process is being able to get monitored, controlled, and managed. Why? Because we want the higher performance, process performance, and timely, successful completion of that project or process. So this is something which transparency, and this is one of the important pillar of the good governance. Another thing is the accountability. It is actually the willingness to accept the responsibility. And what exactly are the important steps are that we define what exactly is the accountability, because again accountability is something which is the top-down approach. So accountability has to be fixed, then it has to be defined that for what purpose our NGO has been created, what exactly the activities which are supposed to be done, and then communicate to all the stakeholders within the NGO outside that this is something is required to be done. And then assessment actually happens through various audits and the controls you already have in place within your NGOs, and the follow through. If you actually come out with anything that how you are actually taking that, you are trying to make a necessary change there so that the controls are available there, and these are fixed. So accountability is very, very important, and transparency and accountability actually both together are really important for the good governance within the NGOs, as well as any organization for that matter. So most of you have been submitting various documents when NGO is getting registered with HCL, and we have all these MOUs and all signed. And on the initially, these are the documents which we expect for the smooth. Finance should not hold anything, and finally the payments are being made in time. So these are some of the submission of the documents which are supposed to be done one time. The registration certificate, then CR certificate under Income Tax Act, the PAN copy 1283, and trust deed MOU which is being signed. And I think he will be talking about, Nitish will be talking something about the MOU cycle which we wanted him to talk, so that you know that how much time is actually spent within HCL at the various stakeholders, how much time is spent so that MOU is signed in time. And the bank account details along with the copy of cancelled check only if it is more than 1 crore. The payouts are more than 1 crore. Then these are the recurring submissions which are supposed to be done within 15 days. One is the quarterly financial reports of budget versus actual utilization, everything. Then program reports, how the beneficiaries are there, what are the details of the activities which are to be submitted within 15 days of the end of the quarter. Then declaration of the key managerial personnel, there is no political affiliation, no lawsuits, all those declaration every quarter within 15 days. Then prior approval for the unbudgeted expenses. If budget variance is more than 10%, that also is required some kind of approval also from HCL. And yearly utilization certificate is also supposed to be submitted, and project director payment approval, and the salary details for the people employed in the HCL Foundation project, not for all.
So just to break here, so this is the only way HCL can ensure that the money which is spending is being spent to the right guys. Otherwise, if that is not done, the organization, how they will ensure that whom they are spending the money. So this is basically from corporate perspective, from HCL technology perspective, the standards or this thing required to ensure the money goes to the right person and it goes to the right needy persons and authorized person. Because there are certain accountability which HCL has to ensure when they are spending their funds, that it is being spent to the rightful and authorized agencies. So that is why this is very important from our perspective.
We'll move to the next slide. So this, you all must be knowing that NGO audits, many of you would have faced the audits. We have partner firms which are doing the audit of various NGOs. So this is, I'm just giving you a brief idea what is the scope coverage, so that when they come to you, it should not be a surprise for you that they are asking for so many details, they are asking for so many questions, they are there in your premises for a week's time. So it should not come to you as a surprise. So budget versus actual expenditure analysis is something which they are actually looking forward to. Then MOU requirement what is compliance to the MOU requirement, because this money is being paid for the specific purpose which HCL Foundation has signed with you. So money ideally should be spent on that purpose only. So this is something which is under the scope coverage of the NGO audits being undertaken by the firms. Then funds and the costs which are recorded, it should be classified like HCL cost center should be there in your firms, in your accounting packages, so that the money which is spent from HCL Foundation for MOU of HCL Foundation or the activities which are mentioned in the MOU, that is properly spent. So you should have a separate cost center, and it should be as per the approved budget line. Then all the expenditure must be supported by the authorized, it should be approved and it should be supported with the document whatever the documentary evidence is. If you spend something, there must be some kind of invoice and all which you would have got. There must be some kind of approval mechanism, DOA and all, which you already have. So it should be primarily basis the expenditure, the documents should be there for supporting each and every this thing. We have seen in few of the cases which we'll be talking later also, that sometimes, we mention in the MOU, this overhead is this percentage of the MOU amount or whatever is the project it is. I mean, that only the expense we have seen being booked like that, which is not acceptable. That is only the upper limit. You have to have the documentary evidence for each and every expense which you are incurring. You can't say just because 9% mentioned there or 8% mentioned there, you just have one expense item written in your P&L and all. So that is something which is not to be done. Then expenditure have been incurred as per the predefined policies. So all NGOs as per our MOUs are supposed to have the procurement, HR policies and lot many other things. So this is there. All the expenditure should be there. Cash and bank management is something which they look at. Your bank statements, in case it is more than 1 crore, is that kind of bank is there. And then how we are spending the cash, not more than 10,000 rupees per expense is supposed to be spent by cash as per the guidelines from the government also, as far as our MOU also. So this also is something which is being covered as the scope of audit. Then existence of the various policy which I just talked, along with the fixed asset policy, because many times from the HCL fund, HCL Foundation funds, the assets are also procured. So those assets are supposed to have, there should be a fixed assets policy, and that is something which we will be covering in the few slides, following slides, of what exactly we expect. The assets should be insured, assets should be tagged, all these things. Then whatever statutory and regulatory compliances are supposed to be followed, our partner firms check whether those compliances are being done or not, and they actually ask for the evidences, maybe challans or whatever returns you are filing. So those, they would be asking for all those things also. And validation of sample vouchers they do when they are there in your premises, or even if they are doing the remote audit, they are supposed to see the vouchers which they check as per our agreement with them. So that is they are supposed to check because of giving the independent view of what is actually happening in how the funds are being utilized in NGO. And this is
So if you see here, it is not audit actually. It is basically a process of developing our partners' systems, processes, and helping them go to a next level. So unless the partners build their own systems, they can't grow. They won't be knowing how to spend money, how to control expenditure, how to control budgets. And this is basically an attempt, and it from us basically help them develop those systems. See, when we grow as an organization, we also started with a very simple thing. Then over a period of time, we developed all those systems. And this part actually, this audit entire process is actually helping and build their processes. And so that they can also grow, they can also know basically how the things are to be done. Because practically, see, learning all these things is a very difficult this thing. If you hire somebody, nobody will tell you. But here is a department, basically we know how the systems are running. With all those learnings, we basically want to tell you, okay, this is the way you can control. This is the way you can set up your fixed asset management policy. This is the way you can control your cash. This is the way you can control your expenses by making budgets. And wherever you need any help in like how the budgets are to be developed, how fixed asset register is to be maintained, how that is to be done, we are always there to help you. We can always tell you that way. That's the whole purpose of this entire audit. It is not something of finding fault. Let me tell you, that is the last thing which we want in audits. We only want that with whomsoever doing, they also develop all those facility or systems or something which HCL Foundation is having.
Yeah, this is primarily to ensure the right kind of controls are there. It is not for finding the fault. If fault is not for pinpointing anyone, it is not for finding fault. This exercise is primarily for ensuring the controls and improving the processes. So that thing should be kept in the mind, that auditor is there to support you not to pinpoint the things on you, that why it has not happened and all. How it has to be improved is supposed to be the idea, because we look forward, the way forward which we are actually going for. I think the people for whom the audits have been done, they would have seen the way they have interacted. It is primarily, if something is missing, we take the timelines and the action plan, that how it will be improved. It is never that it has not been done, so stop. No, it's not like that. It is primarily for improving the controls for your own good as well as for HCL Foundation. So these are some of the areas which, the key areas which, when these partners come to your premises or they do the audit, they look into all these things like trust deeds. They will check whether these are there or not, and the statutory compliances, both of the Companies Act as well as IT Act, Income Tax Act. Then organization policies. These are some of the policies which are required by the MOU also, that we should have all these policies. So again, it should be the written policies, because multiple times we have seen these kind of practices, these policies are practiced on the ground but not documented. So this is also one of the important things which we have seen. So when you are having all those things on the ground, the child labor will not be there, you already have the rules which are there in the mindset of the people, but it is not documented. So please ensure, in case you don't have those policies, just get this documented. These are not, very big policies, one page, or it is more of a guidelines which all employees or the stakeholders must know. So these policies should be there, whistleblower, POSH, all these policies should be there. We have seen, the things are being followed on the ground. The only thing is documentation is an issue in some of the NGOs, which you might like to correct. These are the low-hanging fruit, and it is for your own good, because nobody can come back to you tomorrow in your own team that, we did not know, because we never saw such kind of thing. The people who are old in the NGO may be aware of the culture of the NGOs, that yeah, these things are there, but the new people might not know, so it is important to get the things documented. Then financial management is something which they have many checks which they try to do when they go for the audits. So it is, again, which we discussed in the previous slides also, the correct accounting, cost center should be there, and expenses made, the money which is received from HCL Foundation is primarily used for HCL Foundation project, because you all may be having many other donors also, and you may be having multiple projects running. It's not that your NGO is not only doing what HCL Foundation is asking you to do, or partnering with you. You have got multiple projects. So it is important that HCLF, there should be clear evidences that HCL Foundation money is being used for HCL, the MOU signed, or the project which has been agreed with HCL Foundation. So that is, because of that, we ask for the separate cost centers. Then invoices. This is, which is very important point, and many partner firms have told us that this all invoices stamped as paid is something which is missing in multiple NGOs. So that stamping of paid from HCL Foundation should be there. It really helps. It would help you also to ensure that this particular expense has been paid from HCL Foundation, and same thing is not being used anywhere else. So it gives comfort to you also, so that you also have right kind of controls within your organization. So please ensure this paid, dated, reviewed, and approved stamping is there on the supporting of the invoices, or the invoices. Supporting of the invoices primarily, because the same invoice should not go here and there. So this is important. And we already in the MOU and Exure 1, we have the budgets and all, that for these activities, this would be the budget. And that particular, there can be deviation basis your expenditure. But I think more than 10% deviation requires the prior approval from HCL Foundation management. So please try to do that, because if it comes later on in the audit report, it doesn't reflect very high on the controls within NGO, that they spent, they did not take the approval. Now anyways, company HCL Foundation is coming to know that this has happened. Sometimes which we have seen is happening is that expenditure in one line item is higher and another line item is low, and as NGO you may feel that overall is exactly 50 lakhs, so even if plus minus has happened, it has got the set off. Please don't go by that. If there is a higher money spent in one particular line item, you are supposed to take the approval, or you are planning to spend money which in 10% deviation is there. Before spending the money, ideally the approval should be taken, and I'm sure HCL Foundation leadership is very considerate, because this money is being paid only for that project, and there can be differences, when you actually prepare a budget, not necessarily you would be able to envisage that this money would be spent like this only. So it is always good to ask for the approval, rather than auditor pointing it out later, and then retrospective the approval is taken. That doesn't reflect good on the NGO part. So please try to do this. Is not a very difficult thing. Anyways, later the approval will have to be taken. So this is important. And if this 1 crore and above, the BRS should be there. And again, for 1 crore, they ask for the direct confirmation from the banks also. The NGO partner firms ask for that. And for financial duties, there should be segregation of duties. The same, one person should not be responsible from end-to-end transaction, because there is no control there. So please try to ensure that, there is one person is not responsible for end-to-end, recording to reporting kind of thing. There should be 2 people involved there. If somebody is not from finance, some other person in the organization is responsible, because NGOs have the smaller setup. So, but even then, we have to ensure the controls are there. And whatever money grant has been given, please ensure that it is not passed on to any other, other person, third party as advance or deposit. So please ensure that also. This is something which they check. And the salary register, again, which we talked in the last slide also, that salary register, salary and all, especially for the HCL Foundation project, they may be checking that also. And cash payment is not to be made more than 10,000 rupees. And even 100% advances to vendors should be avoided, which we have seen. We'll talk in the next slide. And then governance, again, the NGO should not be politically affiliated as per our MOUs, or there should be meeting of the trustees. The trustees should be there. The meeting should happen. The meeting should be minuted. All these things they generally see. It is only the again the components of the good governance. So this is all which is required. And if there is any conflict of interest, like you have an NGO, then your NGO trustee has a firm from whom you are planning to buy something, they want to become vendor. So it becomes a conflict of interest. So please ensure that there is a declaration which we are taking. So please give the declaration that though it is conflict of interest, but we are finding it much cheaper here and all, because of that we are going there. So the conflict of interest should be very clearly documented and declared, so that later on people find it out, it doesn't reflect good. Then others again is that we have quarterly utilization and program reports which are to be submitted on the quarterly basis. So timely submission should be there. Whether they are you guys are submitting or not on the timely basis is also being pointed out by the auditors. Then fixed registers, stock registers, registers should be there, maintenance should be there. Then physical verification, ideally your own teams should do. Auditor will not do the physical verification for you. They generally see whether you guys are doing it or not. Your teams are doing it or not. That's something because the controls are for you, your own organization. You have to ensure that controls are being exercised by your teams, so that, for the smooth running of your own NGO. Then insurance of assets should be done, whatever bought from HCL Foundation funds. All the assets which are, they should be tagged, that should be insured. And no organization partner should not be, involved in the downstream partnership. You are given some project and you wanted something to be done by some other parties, then, all these things require prior approval that we discussed in the top. And so sometimes, we have a separate account and the interest is being given. That interest is either required to be returned to the organization, it has to be declared, returned, or it should be subtracted from the grant which HCL Foundation is giving you. So you yourself should not be asking, you should be saying that, we have got that as an interest. So if my next installment is 50L, then it will be 50L minus 50,000, which is the interest. So ask yourself when you are asking for the second set of grant and all, please say 49.5 because 50 minus 50, which we already have got. That, I mean, that reflects it shows that, we ourselves are very much clear that, this is the money which we are supposed to have for the project, not anything additional.
So although it is mentioned as an audit checklist, it is actually not an audit checklist. It is basically defining the processes which everybody has to follow. It is not unique only for NGO. Practically, as a HCL Technology, as an organization, we are almost following everything in our routine procedures. Because that's the only way we can perform. Like even in HCL Technologies, if any transaction is to be done with a related party, there is a specific approval which is taken beforehand before we enter into this thing, right? All these things, whether it's a bank reconciliation, a fixed asset register, budgets was actual, everything is followed in HCL Technologies in routine processes. And like segregation of duties may not be applicable if the organization is very small, but if you are growing, that is the way it needs to be taken care into this, right? Written policy is very important because it should not be in the mind of the person who is actually doing it. Because in your team also, you may have one accountant who is doing everything for you, but if everything is in mind, tomorrow if he decides to leave, you don't know what to do, right? And that is, everything written is, as an organization, we have learned hard ways, right? Because these are the problems which we have faced. These are the things needs to be written down. These are to be documented, everything. And that is what actually we want. And so this, everything once we told, actually we are telling you, this is the way you can control your organization, not only for HCL Technologies, you may be serving various other things. Right? This is the only way you can control your things better, you can manage your operations better. Because I'm sure all these guys which I am finding and I'm talking to somebody, I'm actually quite impressed the way the GIL and the vibration which is coming from there. Actually, you all guys are basically in this business because you want to serve people, right? And these are the things actually will help you to achieve that progress in a much more organized way, actually, tomorrow. That's the whole purpose of this. And by this, our also, audit is a very important thing of telling us that these are the things which you need to fix in your processes. And that's the way we also learn, because when we have external auditors, they also tell us, in this process, 2 steps are missing, please add that. And we discuss that whether it is applicable to us or not. It is not blind, this thing. Many times it may not be applicable to us, then we discuss, debate with them. This is the other way we are managing this. Then they also agree. Same thing is here, right? You also need not to follow everything. If HCL Tech is rolling, you tell it. You have to do it. You please debate, discuss, convince others this is the best way of doing it, because tomorrow, and even we may learn also with this. If we may be telling you a follow process, you may be having a better process than us.
Right.
Please do tell us, because that is what we would like also to implement in our things.
Yeah, if you have any better controls, please do let us know so that the same can be implemented in other NGOs also, because you people know this whole vertical much better than us. So we are finance people. You have been in NGO line for quite some time, so you know this whole vertical much better than finance guys. So finance or audit guys. So it is very important that if you are doing certain things in a different manner, which is actually exhibiting the right kind of controls, please do let us know. We may like to make ask others also to follow that good practices. So some of the, we thought that this, we'll take this opportunity to share some of the kind of observation which we have got in NGO audit, the common kind of observations which so that you all are aware of these and you ensure that in your NGOs these kind of observations are not pointed out. So one is that procurement procedures is something where auditors have found the anomalies. Either the documentation is not there, we are not taking the required code, sometimes taking the codes from the similar kind of, people, and then cash payments to vendor higher than 10,000, as well as, 100% advances which we are paying, which is actually not right. If they have taken 100% advances and they don't supply you back, we are at risk. I mean, we means you and we jointly, because even if the foundation has given you the grant, it is your project. It's a joint project. So we all are at risk if vendor takes the money and does not, give the required goods and services. So please ensure that we are not giving 100% advance. Try not to give advances. Try to give very, very limited advances in case something has to be customized for us. Give them the complete payment only when the goods and services are delivered to you. Don't take that risk, because many times it happens in India. We all are living in India. People take money and they may not come back with what we expected them to do. So please look at this thing. Sometimes, we have seen that, wherever it is more than 1 crore, the money has been taken in that, but it gets transferred to the other HCL Foundation account from where, the expenses are being made. No, that is actually not the purpose. When HCL Foundation requests NGOs where the grant is more than 1 crore to actually have the separate bank account. That bank account is requested to be maintained separately so that the transactions being done from that bank can be monitored, and it is primarily for that HCL Foundation project only. So please try not to transfer the money. In case you are transferring money, there should be a specific purpose. Sometimes it is required, which we have seen in the past also. Salary of few people who are there in your NGO from the beginning is being paid through another bank account, then only that fixed amount clearly stating that, per month this amount will be transferred to another bank account which is being used for paying the salary of our all employees. That is justifiable, but not that, lump sum you transfer to another bank account. That is not acceptable. So that actually spoils the spirit of having a separate bank account. It defeats the purpose. Then invoices, this which we talked in the previous slide also, the invoices should be paid, stamped, which we just discussed, so won't discuss it much. This is also which we have seen is that expenses are not being routed through the right kind of account. So if it is not being done, you will lose the control, because you have got multiple projects being run in your NGO. So you will not be able to find out later on if from the starting the expense is not gone into that particular cost code. It becomes really, really difficult. You will keep on doing the reconciliation, you will not find where you have, this money has gone from which cost center and all. So please have the right kind of cost center or the project center in your accounting package, so that, every project has their own accounting can be done. Then over and underutilization, we just chalked, especially on the line items. Closer? Oh. Thanks. Bank checks, which we have observed is, we prefer that, it should be signed by, as a best practices, 2 people should sign. It should not be 1 person control. As a best practice, please do that if possible in your NGOs, respective NGOs. Let everything should not be controlled by 1 person. So this is something which we have seen. MOU clauses also are sometimes not being complied, maybe because of the ignorance, and that is the reason we have this session here. One is that, declaration is not being given in time. Another thing is that timely filing of the returns are not happening, whether it is PF, ESI, professional tax and all, TDS. This is the non-compliance to the government rules also, and you may have to pay penalty in the future. So please comply to the law of the land. This is another thing related to the fixed assets. There is every asset bought from HCL Foundation is supposed to be tagged. There's a specific tagging mechanism given by the finance team. It should start from HCLF/something, which your location, number. So please follow that, because that is something which is missing in multiple NGOs, and these are the common points. These are not that we found in one NGO, these are all the points which are common to multiple NGOs, so please do that. Plus, for any kind of assets and in stock, the registers should be maintained, in, out, everything should be there clearly. Fixed asset register that, which date it was bought and all. That is a requirement of the Companies Act also. Please follow that. It's a non-compliance, is a non-compliance to the law of the land. And the physical verification which we talked, it is for your own good. You should know that, where my assets are lying. So
this is also should be done by you, which is not happening. And its report should be submitted to the HCL Foundation also, because only for the asset of HCL Foundation. Ideally, you should do your physical, all these things for the other assets also you are maintaining in your NGO. But for HCLF, please submit the physical verification report that, yeah, you can do it once in a year. We are not asking you to do at a regular frequency, but please do it at least once in a year so that you also know that these assets are lying with you at what place. Then insurance policy is to be taken, because if, the asset is bought, and many times, HCL assets become a major component of the grant being given. So if assets have been bought, please ensure that they are insured also, because the kind of setup we have and the kind of field work your people do, there is a possibility if you bought laptops and all, it may get stolen, it may get lost. So it is very, very important that, all these assets have the insurance done. And please, this is what we have written, though there it is in the mindset of the people know that, these policies are to be followed. It should actually be documented, which again, multiple NGOs are missing. So these are some of the frequently asked questions. Before you guys ask, we thought that some questions we should mention here for your own, though you may be knowing most of them. So one is the when to submit the report. So it is on the 15 days of end of the quarter. This is the quarterly financial report. This particular FAQ is for the QFR. So is there any format? Yes, we do have the format. Nitish or Pijoy would have given the predefined format in which the report is to be submitted, quarterly financial report. And what details are to be submitted is the actual expenses versus budget line item wise. So this is something we all know now. CA certification is required, yes. For the yearly utilization certification, we require the CA certification. And any pre-approvals required, yes. For any expense, deviation or revision in the budget amount, please, prior approvals are to be taken. We'll go to the next slide. This is for the program reports.
So, Ruchi, just one request from everybody. Like in previous slide, you all know that in number books, we can claim expenses only to prove that expense has been actually incurred by respective NGO. And as a proof of that, everybody is providing a expenditure statement certified by chartered accountant. And there we need help basically because delay in providing that will result into delay of closing of financial by HCL Foundation. And this time basically we close our financial just in time before filing the tax return, which was there. So we need help so that I know everybody is managing that if they are providing quarterly reports, even the audit by a chartered accountant or who is your statutory auditor can be done much faster. So if you guys can help us in providing that within a month or so by closing of that, that will really help us in closing financials. Because once we close financial, then we start planning for the next year. That way it will help us. So that is a humble request to all of you on that.
So that was for the financial reports which Raj was talking about, and we are now on the program reports of whatever program project you are undertaking in the NGO. So this also is supposed to be given in the 15 days. Again, we have the format for this thing, which Prijoy and Nitish would have given you. Then we have, what details are to be submitted. So again, it is the quarter-wise activities which you are taking in that particular project. Please submit the details of those activities as compared to the targets which were defined in MOU. Any additional information? So for next, next quarter action plan may please be given in that particular quarterly report that, we have completed this and this is something which we are planning to do in the future, next quarter. So that's all from my side. Thanks.
Nidhi, shall we take question now or after my session? Okay. So anyone has any question can raise the hand and our volunteer will give you the mic.
So you
Okay, okay, that is fine. Okay, okay. I thought other way around. Okay. So thank you, Ruchi and Raj, for such a wonderful and crisp presentation. I think our partner would have taken it in a positive way, and they will really implement all your suggestions. So next part, audit part is already explained to you. So next, I will give you some brief about quarterly reports and what are the processes we follow. So in today's presentation, I will discuss 3 points like data verification, payout process, quarterly reports and observations. This time, quarterly reports and observation, I will not give you a presentation like what I was giving you for last 3 years. Differently, I will give you. And general points which we need to discuss in PFC. So these are the 3 points. So coming to next slide, data verification payouts. So lots of you have always questions us like why delay is happening, and queries are coming in bits and pieces like twice, thrice, sometimes one time, but sometimes yes, twice, thrice. So reason I will explain you the process which we follow when you submit the report and what are the different level on which that report is going on. So whenever you submit a report to a program SPOC, your SPOC of NGO of HCL Foundation, so that SPOC review the report, and if he or she has a query, then the financial or programmatic, they send it to you. And post rectification, again you send it to that program SPOC. So if program SPOC is satisfied, then they send the report to PMO and thematic leads. So PMO here means me, Vineet, Eric, Vaizda, Miha, Prijo, and Nidhi. So Nidhi we submit at the last. So they submit the report to us, and thematic leads also. Like we have different thematic leads for different sector like education, health. So side by side, if NGO is of health, so it will be submitted to Dr. Chetna also. So Dr. Chetna gives her technical inputs and finance, me and Eric also give our financial input, and Vineet and Vaizda also give their input on M&E. So if there is again any query, at this level, the NGO SPOC again send it to NGO and they have to rectify the same and they will submit the same. So after all the thematic lead PMO go ahead, so it goes to DGM SIMI. So post SIMI's approval, Prijo raise it to, he is also part of budget PMO, he raise it to our CSR director Nidhi. So post Nidhi's approval, what happened, after that I collect all the, me and Eric collect all the checklist, all the data, correct data, and we send it to internal audit team and finance team who's Ruchi and Raj is leading. So, so in Ruchi's team, Sugato and Shubham is there. They also review the report, and Naresh is also there. So in Naresh team, Juhi is also there. Juhi is there. So she review the reports from finance side and from internal audit team side, Subham. So again, if they have a query, there are two separate query, two separate team. So two separate set of separate query. They also give it to us, and we send it to NGOs. So post clearance from IA and finance, we send the they send the payment request to payment department, which is handled by Amit, who is here. So he can wave the hand. So he's sitting there. After Amit process the thing, and post Amit process signature and all, it goes to your bank account. So these are all the process which we follow. So that's why you get query twice, thrice, and sometimes more than twice, thrice, because we also have lots of discussions and query. So these are the process which we follow. So n number of teams are involved, so there will be n number of query. And why we are doing so, I'm telling you. So I will give you one example. In 2017, I came to HCL for my interview. So Nidhi was taking the interview, and I asked her one question: how many partners you handle, like in Uday? So she told 44. So in my earlier organization, I was handling 20. Then I analyzed, okay, 40 I will do, 44 I will do. So when I joined after 3 months, I think partner was around 55. I thought, okay, it is fine, I will do. So I was only a single person. So next year what happened, we have submitted some budget, okay. I think it was profit of the HCL also increases and CSR kitty also increases. So I think twice the size, we have submitted a budget. I thought it will my personal opinion, because I was working WHO. So there whenever we submit 100 rupees, they provide us only 40 rupees. So I was an impression, okay, they are submitting for 60 crore, they will get 30 crore. That 60 crore got approved. Then Nidhi told that we have to increase the partners. Then partner got increased to 80 in this next year. So this is my 4th year, and now we are 200. So what happened to last year, Eric has joined, he's also somewhere, he can wave the hand. So last year I got one helping hand, Eric, because 200 partner was totally impossible for me to handle. So why I'm telling this, why we have such a robust process, I'm telling you. So from 40 to 200, and this year we got a CSR award from government. So in urban sector, so we as per government in 2000 we have done a lots of things. So whenever government recognize your work, so you have to be accountable. In the same way, we and NGO who are working with us has to be accountable and more accountable. So this is the thing why there is such a robust process, you will say. Though I know other NGOs also, other CSR, my friends in Reliance also, there lots of my friends are working in finance. Other NGOs also, they don't have that robust process. I know there is a complaint from our NGO partners, so why you are having this robust process and all. So this is the reason. Like we have been recognized by government at many times, and we have got lots of awards. So we have to strengthen our process, and day by day it will strengthen more. So these are the things. So this process is because of this. So coming to next slide. So these are the things which is required for quarterly reports, though Ruchi is already tell you in detail, so I will not go back in detail, though I will discuss you about what are the observations in quarterly report, and sometime it is repetitive. So 10, 12 observation I have mentioned here, but earlier what I used to do in presentation, I used to write that these are the details, but now this time I will not do like this. So oh my God. So there is a problem in PPT, I think. So this is a vintage car, okay. So what happened, there is an error, I don't know why it is happening. It's a wheel here, okay. It's one wheel. So I'm just drawing it out. And it's a second wheel here, okay, smaller wheel. And if you go back, there is a smaller wheel again. So front two wheel, if you'll see, one is bigger and second is smaller. And last wheel is also smaller. And fourth wheel is not, we are not able to see because it's a 3D, 4D not. So in 3D we cannot see four wheel. So when you will, when this car will run on the road, I think after 10-20 kilometer, either wheel will burst because wheel are not are of different size, different shape, or there will be a problem in axle. So again you have to go to a shop for repair and all. So same way. So I have represented each wheel with a report. So smaller wheel is budget was the actual, bigger wheel is fund statement, and this wheel is program and M&E report. So why delay is happening, I'm telling you, when the information will not sync, like in fund statement, expenditure is different, budget sheet, expenditure is different, and M&E, something is different. So both are not telling, all the three reports are not telling. Then again we'll go back to you, and you have to attach a right wheel with same shape and size to run the reports on time. So that's why the delay is happening. So, and this is the thing. So you have to attach a wheel with same size and shape. Otherwise, report will be delayed. So now I will relate to the observations. Sorry. So I am not near. So non-submission document as per the checklist first. Calculation error in VBA. Prior approval on overspent you have to take. Inclusion of non-budgeted activity in VBA without approval. So mismatch in the amount mentioned. These all I can give you one example again with a vintage car. So I think we have a time of 5 minutes. Because earlier when I give presentation, half of the people don't listen because finance presentation is generally boring. So what happened? So I will give you example and will relate. So there was a company who wanted to purchase a vintage car. Okay, they want to purchase around 8 vintage car, yearly 4 vintage car, and quarterly 1. So what they planned, they will hire some company and they will purchase vintage car on behalf of them, and they will modify also vintage car with some new things and all. So what happened? They on social media or other website, they publish an ad that we have this budget and we want to purchase 4 vintage cars in this financial year. So lots of companies had applied. So that company, I will say, who was willing to purchase vintage car. So they have different people who has a good knowledge of technical knowledge of that vintage car and all. So they analyzed the proposals and selected one company which was located in Noida. So they told that these are the agreement terms and condition, and you have you have to enter an agreement with us. And that agreement has some specification, like if what vintage car you have to purchase, what material you have to use in that, even what battery you will use, that was written. So target was in one quarter they have to give 1 vintage car, modified one. So project started, company given advance also. So what happened in between? B company who took that contract, so they found that in specification it was written to use Bosch battery. So they check in the market, but they came to know that for last 3 months they will not able to get Bosch battery. They use Akaya battery with like cost. Bosch battery cost was 10,000 and their cost was 20,000. They thought ki okay, we have to complete in 1 quarter. Use that thing. 20,000 they have paid. That is fine. So one thing in specification was missed, like rear mirror was not there. Okay, in MOU it was not agreement is not a rear mirror. So that company thought, B company thought, oh, it was missed by that A company. So without informing them, they have attached rear mirror also. So that way they did the project, and project was delayed. They were not able to complete the project in 1 quarter. So after 4 months, instead of 3 months, they have submitted, they have given that vintage car. So vintage car gone to A company's office, and they have different departments like M&E finance. They started reviewing that vintage car. So M&E department found that instead of Akaya, instead of Bosch, they have used Akaya battery, and we haven't ordered that rear mirror thing. So it is not in the MOU. And finance department checked that, oh, there is a over expenditure in battery items for which pre-approval is not there. So they went to that company and they wrote a mail that we will not able to pay the next advance. Reason, we have these many of queries, like wheels are also not aligned, over budgeting in one budget line item. So you have to give explanation why you have not told us. So they told that it's actually we wanted to complete the project on time, so we use Akaya battery, and for actually you missed rear mirror also in your MOU, and we have added. So that company so that company told, but you should have taken a pre-approval from us. So this you have to give justification. Though we understand that it is a requirement of the field, then but you have to give the justification. So justification happened after and that approval was taken, but it was communicated to company that you have to, in that case, any deviation in the MOU, you have to take pre-approval. So that quarter went, all the things got well after that. So first MOU got over. So in between, it was communicated that we will enter new MOU with you. It will be renewable for rest 4 vintage car. So that B company was also happy. So that agreement got over on 31st March 2021. So that, and they have delivered their product. So what happened? So B company want to start that production. But there were no MOU. So they asked from A company, you told that from 1st of April, again you will give the order, but you have not given. Shall we start manufacturing, shall we start assembling a vintage car? So A company told that if you don't have any legal document from our side, signed legal document, you cannot start the project, even though it is a delay of 2-3 months, but you cannot start the project. So it was clearly communicated. So this is the thing. So starting with the observations. So this is the story. So that prior approval for overspent, that Akaya battery thing, NGO has to take from HCL Foundation. It is a pre-approval, okay? So second, inclusion of non-budgeted activity in VBF without approval. That is a window, rear window. So again, that company did a great mistake by including that, though it was the requirement. We know it was the requirement which was missed by A, but B should have asked us. So second is that mismatch in the amount mentioned in VBA and salary statement, UC fund statement. So this you have to check. Like sometime what happened in VBA salary, different salary expenditure mentioned, and in salary statement different. So that you have to check. These minor things will delay the fund. So mismatch of VBA with programmatic report. Sometime what happened, 3 activity you have done. That is mentioned in the budget versus actual. But in when Vineet refer to that programmatic report, 2 activities are mentioned, but expenditure of 3 activities is booked. That we have to check before sending. If there is a error in M&E report, that you have to correct before sending to us. Non-disclosure of interest, cash transaction already used, transfer of fund from dedicated to non-dedicated bank account. So here you cannot transfer fund from dedicated to non-dedicated account in case of 1 crore if value of MO is more than 1 crore. Only it is allowed for salary for those who are on HCL Foundation project, and overhead cost. Overhead cost means common cost, like common rent sharing, common electricity sharing. And for that also you should have a record. Like 1 or 2 cases we had that this is the 10% is our corpus thing. So shall we provide the details? Yes, you have to provide the details whenever our auditor goes. So for that also you have to provide, like if you are contributing 4,000 for rent, 5,000 for electricity, that also you have to mention in the Excel with a voucher, like a reference you have to give from where you have taken that. So and you should have a common cost policy also. So it will help you to allocate your overhead cost. So so that I have discussed. Incorrect period mentioned in declaration, expense sheet, fund statement, and salary sheet. So this is very common thing. It can be rectified at your end, not at the finance level. Like if a period of MOU is period of report is from 1st April to 30th September. In some of the cases, we found that it is written April to August. In some of the cases, April to September. All the 3 documents have other different periods. So these are minor things which we have to rectify. But in HCL Foundation level, we always try, whenever we submit report to HCL Tech, we always try that even not a single date, there is a mismatch in single date. If a report is submitted till 30th September, it should be 30th September, not 29th of September. So single date, any error we will not entertain. So expense sheet with incorrect reallocation. So again, when you are, I know there in field, sometimes it happens like you want to reallocate some budget to different budget, some amount to different budget from one to other budget. In that case also, you have to, in Excel, you have to mention that from this budget line item, that amount is going to that. So you have to take, for any reallocation, you have to take prior approval from HCL Foundation. And physical verification of means of verification of actual submitted in the QTR. For example, QPR. For example, I'm just giving you an example. You have purchased 2 laptops. Okay, it is mentioned budget versus actual also. Your M&E reports also. All things are mentioned. But whenever we are going to field, you should have a sufficient proof. Like it's not like that you have purchased one laptop instead of two. You have a sufficient proof. You should tag your asset with HCL Foundation code. So code will be, I think, we have already given you. Like it should have HCLF as a mention on that. So incorrect CA certificate here. We want to. Though I told Nidhi also. So it is very strange, but so Ruchi is here, Raj is here. So what happened this financial year? We got a CA certificate from 200 partner. So 87 CA certificate had a calculation error. A calculation error or any other error. So UDI and Anidhi.
Now, partners, this is where I don't know what to do. You know, this is our one family. We've connected. Founding partners are here. मैं हमेशा बोलती हूँ कारवां है, बढ़ता जा रहा है और बहुत सारी दुआएं हमारे साथ हैं. Yesterday, remember from that sustainability session, children suffering with HIV/AIDS. This is serious. And I'm very, very, I have my gratitude for the leadership who have taken out time today and joined us. And just not delegated this very important task to someone else. This is accountability of somebody's funds which has been entrusted. You know how this 2% happens? 230,000 people at HCL Tech work in shift duties, day in and day out, and if one code doesn't work, they don't get their money. It's that serious. Every rupee, every dollar we get is that serious. मेरे तो चश्मे के नंबर बढ़ गए हैं पढ़ते पढ़ते because all those reports are coming to the PMO. What we are seeing is a bit of a post box office behavior. People will write, okay. What do you mean, okay? Read the report, make some observations. There's no report which will not have something which you as a leader can't give a positive. You can give both feedbacks. Feedback loop in systems thinking is critical, is important. We've had sessions on systems thinking. We know what it means. If we don't, we should, really groom ourselves up to those positions. Because we're all accountable. And I sincerely thank the NGO heads of the NGOs and the boards who check the reports, who sign the report and then send to us. Out of these 200, I'm telling you, 60 to 70% reports do get through. Finance does get moved to the field in time. It's 30-40% where we are facing consistent problems, and that is where the leadership is not reading. Please excuse me, many of you are much older than in age and very young also. You have higher merits, but it is our engagement. Let us scale up only to the extent that we can handle. We should not put left, right, center scale if we are not able to give 10 hours a day to our duty, high quality time. It's a full-time job. It's called voluntary sector. Unfortunately, with a very high voluntary engagement spirit is what we really, it's just not, gone are the days when, we could do charity and we could donate and just, this is funding, this is professional funding. So what I want to communicate is when Nitesh and I were analyzing that data, and that was not a very happy moment for us at PMO, that how can a CS certificate have calculation error?
So Nidhi, just to one thing, because we are paying, you must be paying some amount to CA for getting that certificate, and his number is mentioned. Simply tell him if there is a mistake, your number will go to the institute, you may be in trouble. He will ensure it is accurate.
Absolutely.
So it's very simple. He is not doing his duty, because I know if he is CA checks, he will ensure that it is corrected, it is done correctly. Just tell your whoever CA you are hiring to give the certificate Because if there is error, you are personally accountable for that, and it may get reported to your institute, which may put you in trouble. Please tell him that very clearly, and I am sure he will make sure that, and he will make your life slightly more difficult because he will ask more questions, but he will ensure your certificate is correct.
So this year, zero tolerance on wrong CA or incorrect CA certificate, and that's a call to the leadership to watch. All you have to do is, you have to take your simple MOU, that sheet, budget sheet. You have to check whether the proposal has come from you. It is your proposal. It is your budget. It is your, calculation behind it. We are not feeding that in. All you have to do is see on a monthly basis. Once in a month, if you check your sheet, you will be in order. Whether your spending is in accordance with what has been proposed. If you are foreseeing your next month to go slightly haywire because of some field reality, there could be floods, there could be fire, there could be pandemic, there could be loss of staff. We all know, we all are grassroots level people. वहीं से आए हैं बिल्कुल काम कर करके. Many of you sitting have seen me work as program coordinator for 6 years in Rajasthan. We used to weigh the fodder, feed, buy this, go talk to the farmers, communities, go to the slums. Slum में fire लग जाती है, slummy गायब हो जाती है. We understand those realities. We've done all of that. And that's true for all corporates now. Nikhil, I don't know whether he's mentioned in his session yesterday, these are the people who are sitting in corporates now doing CSR, looking after the CSR agenda of the company. So what I'm saying is, just make that a practice. Look at the CA certificate when it comes to you, even if it is signed, and just do your calculation. And then send the report. 95% problems will be solved. Be it 10 lakh of funding, be it 10 crore of funding, 10 rupees, whatever, the principle is same. So this year, this is a huge number. 80 plus. Massive. We are not vigilant. We talk about vigilance on Sarkar and Samaj and pata nahi kya kya. Inside, in-house vigilance. Call for action, submission, but this is where we are going to be extremely strict because this might lead us into bigger trouble. I reported yesterday, 7 years, we've had 0 issues with our compliance. Reason being, our PMO, our finance and audit teams have been very vigilant. And the idea is only to kind of make sure that as a sector we are able to really emerge better. That's the whole idea, but this number is not reflecting well on us. Don't take my comment otherwise, but this part is very, very serious. Thank you.
Thank you, Nidhi. Coming to slide. So last point in CA certificate, just I want to discuss one thing. Like one UDI number is given by CA. You can verify that from ICA website whether the detail mentioned in CA certificate is correct, is reflecting on the ICA website, and you can match that both the things, whether it is correct or not. So what we found that CA has given some other figure like expenditure, expenditure. In UDI and some different expenditure is mentioned. So that also you can check. You can directly go to ICAI website on Google. You can click UDI and verification on Google. You can put, after clicking that verification form will be open. You have to fill your number, phone number, mail ID, name and UDI number. So you will get a OTP. So after putting that OTP, you will get all the details. So you can easily check that. You have to do UDI and verification, write UDI and verification on Google. It will take to your ICAI website. So that you can check, because UDI mismatch was there. Like the detail mentioned, UDI was not matching with CA certificate in around 40-42 cases was there. So that you can easily check, and before sending that CA certificate, you can easily check with website. So So this is the last slide, so I will not take you much point. So it is a general point of discussion, like report to be submitted to HCL Foundation within 15 days of the end of the every consecutive quarter. So irrespective of the payment request, if you have fund available, if you have unutilized fund available and you don't want fund, then also you have to submit the report. Even you have done 10 rupees expenditure, 10% of the expenditure of that fund, even then you have to submit the report. So on 15th, you have to submit the report, irrespective of requirement of fund. Quarterly reports should be signed, approved by head of the organization. So it is not like that a SPOC will directly send to our SPOC without marking anyone. The reports which is there, like financial report now, it should be signed by and approved by head of the organization. Any email communications regarding queries and report should be marked to NGO's leadership, so that in case of delays, he or she should be aware about the nature and why things are getting delayed. Because in lots of cases, even their leaders are not, senior leaders are not aware why delay is happening. And they directly come to us, Nidhi, also, that without knowing the fact, what is the basic reasons. So in each and every mail, you have to mark your senior leader. Project activity should be carried out on ground, should not be carried out on ground without signed MOU. If there is no signed MOU, you should not start any project on ground. So in case of renewable, for example, if your MOU got expired on 31st March 2022, for example, and next renewal will start from 1st of April. If there is no signed agreement, or this signed agreement means signed by both the parties, from HCL Foundation as well as NGO side. If there is no legal paper, no signed MOU, you should not start any project on ground. Same email chain should be used for all the communications. Like if you have submitted any quarterly reports and we are giving you feedback, so on the same mail you should provide the response. So we will you should maintain the same email chain to track the things where it got delayed. It will help both ways, like from your side also why delay is happening, for our side also why delay is happening, because we want to reduce the timelines and we want to shift that. We want to shift that reimbursement into advance mode. We further don't want to do reimbursement and all, because reimbursement will create a problem, because you are using a corpus fund for that. No other donor source fund amount should be used by NGO for HCL Foundation project. If you have do not have fund, please do not use other donor fund. Rather, you can tell HCL fund and you can hold the project till you receive the fund. So we are just trying to get it as an advance payment. So we have to follow these process. Transfer of fund from dedicated to non-dedicated, that I have discussed. So this is all from my side. Thank you, and this floor is open for question and answer. So we have 10 minutes left.
Hi, my name is Saurabh. I work with HCL Education Foundation in Lucknow. So I have two questions. One is regarding assets. So we work with government schools, and we provide them with laptops, we provide them with projectors that are funded by HCL. Now the problem that I face is, we've been doing it for the past 3 years. For the first year, I had no problem during my audit. For the last 2 years, when we buy a projector and we give it to the government school, we expense it out from our books and we take a receiving from the government school. Now the auditor gets after me every time. This should be put in the fixed asset register and it should be shown as an asset. Why we don't want to do is because our MOU clause states that whenever our project ends, we have to return those assets to you. I will not be able to take it back from the government, so I cannot return it back to you. So that is one thing. The other thing is right on the other tangent, where we also give stationery to government schools, which includes erasers, pencil, which are very low value items. For example, origami sheets. Origami sheet packet of 15 sheets costs $8, but we distribute them out among children. Maintaining a stock register there actually costs me more than the stationery I issue in a year. I issue worth 50,000-60,000 in a year. But maintaining a register, there's somebody who's entering, okay, 5 sheets gone to this school, given to 2, is a tedious task, more expensive task, and I don't see any use for that. So are there any 2 ways where I can improve this process or go around them? Thank you.
So Nitish, you want to answer or?
Yeah, I will answer if there is some problem. You can. Saurabh, yeah. Saurabh, first thing, for anything which you are donating to government schools, you have to maintain a stock register. If I do know regularly you are doing. So in that case also you have to maintain a register because it will help for further scrutiny. Why I'm saying so? I'm not questioning any intention. So what happen if we will not maintain for that pity thing also na? So it may lead to like not I'm talking in general. I'm talking about ki NGO whenever auditors go, NGO will tell that we have given to that government school and that how much given, where is the signature to whom you have given, it is not there. So there will be a loophole in that thing. So that's why we are telling to maintain a stock register. Regarding what you told, like you have given a laptops to government schools, you have already donated. So who is the physical owner of that? Prijo, you can add.
No, their query is like, okay, so the one is about the stock register. Second is in our audit, there is something called as a physical verification report, which is called as a PV, right? So now how to manage that? So PV is very simple that what I'm just adding on Nitesh's point is that.
Why I have given them to the government school, so I cannot book them as assets because I will have to return those assets to you when my project comes to.
So basically, if you really ask me, you cannot donate an asset which you are not allowed to donate. Right? If we, as per our MOU, you are supposed to return those assets after the project is over, there is no way you can donate an asset. That assets always belong to us. In that case, the only way is whenever you are signing a MOU, it should be back to back. Right? So that's the way always it will happen, because if we are saying that after something asset is to be given or returned, then your further statement also back to back. If that is not possible, please force us whenever signing MOU that this return will not come back. Let's sign that MOU that way only. Don't accept those terms. Because ultimately if I'm signing, I'm asking you, I'm giving you this laptop, whatever it is for 3 years, and you have to return me after 3 years, you are bound by that. If you are signing a different term further, then you are accountable. Right? So it is better while signing MOU with us, you say this is what will happen. So better we don't sign that term, agree on that term.
And as far as this stock register is concerned, so you are giving to school. You said you bought 60,000, yeah, in a year. 60,000 you are giving to 5 schools. Take an example, 5 schools you are giving. Yeah. So those 5 schools are also giving to some students. So when you are giving to 60,000 in your stock register, just mention I have given 50,000, 8, 10, 12 to this school on this date, this person received it. And then you please take the list from those schools that you know whom they have finally given. They will give you the list. I'm not saying that is a part of the stock register, but that should be available with you, because somebody sitting in the school is not reselling you of what you are donating to the school. It is actually reaching to the ultimate kid for whom you are giving. So, they will only give you the list of the, every school has a unique ID of the kids, whatever students, and they'll give you this student, this class, this student, this class. That shows the authenticity that something has reached to the final recipient. So please get those records from them. The ultimate recipient of your donation should be known to you. Even if you would not have met that person, but if school is forced to give those information to you, it cannot be resold to anyone, whatever you are providing to them.
I do agree with you, but when the cost of items is say $20, that is okay. When I'm giving say 50 erasers to a school, now we cannot ask a government teacher कि 50 erasers आपने किस बच्चे को किस दिन दिए.
नहीं, आप उनसे कह लीजिए आप इसके final recipient की हमें list भी दे दीजिएगा. I don't think so there's any hard.
No, just to
see 50 eraser is something which you will not be donating, but some recipient.
I think we can discuss that. See, idea is very clear. The way we are ensuring that how where the money is going to the required person. You also would also like to ensure.
We are doing it, but
only
it's
want
a very
to ensure,
cumbersome process. So
no. See, process can be made simple. Actually, there are various ways of doing it. We can discuss offline how the process can be made simpler, and it is possible. Idea is basically whatever process is that to ensure it goes to the needy person. That's it. And separately, I think the team can discuss with you how the process can be made simple. The whole idea behind is we don't want to. I'm fully with you.
This is one of the examples.
We don't want basically that for smaller things the cost of maintaining is higher than that. That is not the purpose. Only idea is that, and how the process can be made simpler, that always can be discussed and closed. That is not an issue.
So just to add on this point, on the stock, for example, if we are giving projectors or computers to schools, so in every school we take an authentication letter as a regular process. We have received this, the headmistress or principal, whoever it is, they gives it. Now, as you said, that clause which is there, see now these MOUs are regularly getting renewed, right? So till these MOUs are getting renewed, now you are the one who is verifying that whether that asset has been maintained by the school or it is there or not, whether it is stolen or not, right? That is where the physical verification thing comes in. And once it's sent, for example, we say, okay, today this 5 schools we have an exit plan. We'll be having an exit. So in exit plan also, when you go back to the MOU on the asset, or maybe it will not be mentioned as asset clearly, but there will be a joint decision by the partner as well as HCL Foundation to decide on that asset, right? Whether we have to sign it off at the end of the project or bring it back to HCL Foundation. So that point comes when we have an exit. It is not for the regular. And the stationary points, we are not really getting into the maintenance part of stationary, but at least if this is for this school or class, we maintain that school list or students for whom this is supplied. That's all. Okay. Thank you.
And I think just to tell you guys, it is not every step which you are auditing, it is costing us also. Right? HCL is also incurring a lot of effort spent. The whole purpose behind is like why we should spend this. Idea is, philosophy is very clear. We want money to go to the last beneficiary and we want to ensure it. That's the whole idea. Otherwise, why should so many highly paid people, we are there who are designing processes, who are going and audited this thing. We could have simply given the money to Prime Minister Relief Fund and be happy with that. Right? That's not the whole idea. And the basic philosophy is very clear. And that is why the entire organization is set up for that.
Okay. Nitesh, you right now said that once there is not a signed MOU, we should just stop working. So generally it takes little more time. Like last year our MOU was signed in April while we were working through the quarter, January, February and March. It generally with all for other roaders also, it generally gets delayed to come in the shape, in formal shape. So, I mean, it's not if we just stop working for 2 months or 3 months. So, the entire work which you do is very dynamic and it is a process. So we can't just, this is not an electric switch on and off. It takes, and team which is working there, I mean, they will not just sit idle for 2 months, 3 months. So that I wanted to just...
No, I'll take that, and that is a bit of a process bottleneck for us. We all need to find solution for it, first of all. So I invite at least 2-3 hands to be raised where a seamless proposal signing happened before the last project got ended, before the last project actually got delivered. Any in the room? Nagpur team, somebody? Oh, there is. Just give your name and a mic is coming to you.
Ma'am, it did not. I'm Mahesh from Graceem Learning Foundation.
Okay.
It did not happen before the end of the financial year. But yes, at least in the first 2 months it has happened.
First 2 months.
We received the fund in time.
Right. So here is the thing. A couple of things which we are observing why it is taking so long for the new MOU to be in place is, I have said this before. See, why we have to sign a 15 months MOU reason is very clear, because of the law. The commitment comes to us year on year, the 2%, and it is linked to the profit of the calculation of the company basically. So we don't have 5 years commitment, hence we can't give 5 years commitment. Now there is this whole new AAP formulation. I hope you are studying that. Annual action plan, not the party AAP. The annual action plan. We had that discussion yesterday also by ministry, which we all have to declare, where there is a provision of 3 + 1 year kind of a project. Internally, we are discussing if we can move towards the 3 years MOU only, not commitment. I am saying again, even with grant partners, if we have signed a 3 years MOU, doesn't mean that it's a financial commitment. Reason, and there is a clause written there that it is related to the funds that we will have eventually. However, the paperwork can be minimized, and we are having that discussion. We don't know whether we can bring it to you next FI or no, because that will need some procedural as well as commitments at the committee and the board level. That's one. But the 15 months is a very logical thing that tells you 15 months mein kyun hai 3 months extra? It should be ideally 12 months. Ideally it should be. We had this long discussion in year 2 and we all went to this 15 months from 12 months to give us that 3 months buffer period. That was the whole logic. 3 months buffer period for us to be able to put the MOU at least 2 months advance in the system. हो क्या रहा है? हम linear चल रहे हैं. We are doing a linear process. We wait for this project to get over, then we start. The project is already conceptualized for 3 to 5 years. Yes. So when you do your strategic proposal, you must, and this is where I think Nagpur location is doing so well and Madurai is doing extremely well. We have locations where this strategy is emerging very clearly. Don't think 1 year. If it is a 1 year project, think 1 year only. Short term bhi kar sakte hain kaam, no problem with that. So what is happening is you are thinking after the previous. No, that's not. Closure report is a different story. New proposal is a different story. Your proposal should be ready and should be with us in the system. What we are seeing is we are seeing 60% scale. एक साल हमने काम किया, next year हमने 70% का scale डाल दिया बजट में. Impossible. होगा ही नहीं. How will you get so many people? How will you suddenly invade so many communities? How many? What is it? Go slow, go steady, go high quality. एक साल में 60 लाख का प्रपोजल आता है, नेक्स्ट साल में 1 करोड़ 20 का प्रपोजल सीधा, वो एक्सेप्ट नहीं होता. Because we are already seeing problems with the previous implementation in terms of quality is where we are kind of. So scale is where I think you should be little cautious about. Go up to 10, 20 and go steady, and even repeating what we did in the last year is also okay with the similar quality as long as we can do it well consistently. So your proposal should be pleased in the system, and that is where again call for, don't leave it between the program SPOC from HCL Foundation and the program SPOC from your side. This is your leadership call. Proposal is where they will. So be ready with your proposal before the last one ends. 3 months in advance. That is why we have that buffer window. Number 1. Number 2, the 80% rule we are not following in the cash flow. As soon as you hit 60%, 70%, your utilization report should be crisp and ready so that 80% you can file it. Nature of queries also need to be controlled. Same query, how many times? So let's study those queries. One of us can solve it, those queries. I have received consistent requests, give all your queries in one go. I'm saying again that is not possible. Queries are happening at the program level, SPOC level. They will also happen at our PMO level if both the program SPOCs and the leadership of the NGO. So it is not between the program SPOC, then the PMO, and then the finance and audit, and then the leadership. No. It is the leadership of the NGO before the report comes to the program SPOC of HCL Foundation has to give a clean report. वहां साइन होना बहुत जरूरी हो रहा है, वो प्रोसेस में ब्रेक है. So when your staff gives report to us, आप जरूर पढ़ लें उस रिपोर्ट को, वहीं आधे से ज्यादा क्वेरी खत्म हो जाएगा. आई एम टेलिंग यू बिकॉज यू हैव much higher experience as leaders. You'll be able to say. So that's one. Queries jitne minimize honge, cash flow fast hoga. We will not have this issue. Linear process will not work. So don't wait for the previous one to end and then start. You already conceptualize, already put it, and we should be receiving the proposal from you. That's the only
we
thing.
Inquired from the spoke, but there is no clear communication to us when the proposal is to be given. I mean, that's
3 months in advance. That has been, I'm giving it again. We have already, maybe some people are new in the system also. So in such cases, if you have confusion where you don't get answers for more than 1 week from us, there is an email address called nidhi.pundir@hcl.com. As head of the organization, you can send, and Alok is adding something here.
Just to buttress the point that Nidhi is making, so it's not as if we have not done this. So there are certain partners that we have engaged with, and we have signed MOUs which are for a period of say 3 years. But at the very beginning, when the first time the MOU is signed, a proper plan is laid out for the entire 3 years. And once the first year gets completed, and it's written in the MOU that it will not be automatic. When the first phase gets completed, you have to submit all the reports, all the documents, and then only the second MOU will be, second phase of the MOU will begin. Before that, we engage with the partner, and the partner engages with us before the closure of the first phase, to work on the second phase, the financials, the program details, and everything. So by the time their first phase MOU ends or the funding ends and all the utilization and everything is in place, their second phase automatically gets initiated and the signing happens. So it happens seamlessly, and it's not that we have not done this within the ecosystem. We have done this within the ecosystem. So just to add on to the point that it is possible, it is very much possible. So when you are planning, if it is, as Nidhi said, it's 1 year MOU, then plan only for 1 year. But if your plan is that it should be a 2 year, 3 year phased project, then define the phasing from the very beginning itself. So that everybody, from our side, we are clear what the second phase is going to look like. And then the problem that again Nidhi was mentioning, the scaling would not go haywire. You are pretty much clear what would be, from the very start, both of us are very clear what would be the scaling in the second phase, what would be the scaling in the third phase. So even if the MOU is for 3 years or longer, then from the very beginning, the phasing, the annual phasing should be very clear. So that there is no surprise and another level of discussion starts happening. The scale that you are saying, is it feasible? What are you going to? The most of the things happen because you start planning. When March comes, you start planning. अब हमें अगले साल क्या करना है? Then the entire things come up कि हम ये कर लेंगे, इतना हो जाएगा, इतना ये पैसा लग जाएगा. That is not advisable if you are trying to do the things in that way. It will always be delayed because then the negotiation will start afresh. Everything starts afresh, and that is starting afresh in April. So there is in no way it's possible that you will get the MOU signed in April.
Can I just,
can I ask a question?
Just adding.
I just wanted to add something. I'll just add something here because I'm also part of an NGO and I also know the CSR rules and regulations. Two very critical points from the NGO perspective. If you want to get all of this right in one go, I'm going to tell you two things. One is the guy who's at the head of the project in the NGO should know the CSR rules and law inside out. Number one. Number two, if you can do this thing, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, 1 month before the end of the queue, get the program team to sit with the finance team of your NGO and let the project head be there, the triangle. If you are going wrong in April, May, June, by May 30th, if you're going wrong, and if I am the project lead, I will get my program team and my finance guy to sit together with me in a triangle. and I have my CA on a call, because he's going to check, or he or she is going to check my UC against the MOU commitment line item wise. If you do this every quarter, 1 month short of the end of the quarter, you have that 30 days to get it right. Just do this, and I think in one go your problems can get sorted. My very humble suggestion.
So last question we will take, Shashank.
Yeah. This is Surendran from Cancer Institute, Chennai. I'm asking this question regarding GST. Actually, ours is a research component also. We have a research component. We were exempted from GST till June, especially for the research. And suddenly we were asked to, no, there is no exemption which is applicable now. And all the institution is expected to pay the GST. So we placed in PO. We raised PO prior to that. And now we were expected to pay GST of 18%, which is on the higher side of the quoted budget. So though it is less than what is mentioned in the budget line, but still there is an over expenditure. Now I requested for approval, but still there is some delay. So should we wait to get the approval and release the payment, or I need your advice on that, number one. And I have one more question regarding the external audit. So of course we were cooperating, we were transparent, and we are sharing all the information. With regard to patients, especially for example, when we provide voice prosthetics, and we maintain a separate record or for whom the voice prosthesis has been given, and that is maintained by a surgeon and also by us. And similarly, stoma bag. And we, as per the ethical policy, we are not expected to share the information to the patient, about the patient, to a third person. So I need your advice. Should we really need to share those information to the external audit agency? That's an ethical question. These are the two questions I have.
So Nidhi, we will request you to answer second question. So it is related to sharing of, like whenever audit happens, if there sharing, it is required to share all the details, even for patient. But what they are saying, to whom we have like given something.
The auditors,
yes,
the agencies.
Yes, auditors. So what he is asking, whether it is required to share the detail of patient, because
detail of patients.
Patients,
yes,
and
ma'am.
can
Yes,
you
ma'am.
repeat?
Yes,
Yeah.
You mean to say OPD and IPD records?
Yes,
Cancer patients.
Yes. Not to be given.
No, I can give you an answer. That's where hospital management degree comes handy. So there is a way of dealing with it in medical audits, and what we do is we go by patient number. So I'm sure your hospital records. You're running a hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
The cancer research. So you must have an OPD system and an IPD system.
Both.
IPD will have a patient number, OPD will have a different patient number. There must be a filing system.
So
all you have to give is not by name, residence, gender, etc., by patient number. For the purposes of audit, that's sufficient. Because you are running a medical institution, you are already under IMA audit. So we will not go further than that. However, one case, something, and that's, I think, an education to our auditors also from patient ethics point of view, because this is a different arena we have, because they think will get cancelled if they don't follow it. And all diseases, it's just not about, let's not sensationalize cancer. Cancer is also a disease, and other. Patient has right to privacy. So that data is, we go by yours. However, certain cases, we suddenly see catheter or something, exceptionally high, random sampling basis, it is possible that auditors ask to interview the patient. However, auditors have signed a confidentiality clause with us. They cannot use the data in public domain. So be assured, our auditors will not do anything which is unethical. They are equally seasoned companies.
Thank you.
And moving to your first question. So in that case, you have to take approval from us due to, you told that GST you have not included. So you can write to us, I don't know, write to me, PMO directly, me Vineet. We'll take, with proper justification, we will take the approval.
Thank you.
Okay. So we will take one more question. Okay.
Hello everyone. My name is Muhammad Zubair and I am from Humana People to People India. I would like to thank Mr. Nikhil. Actually, these are very good suggestions. We are also practicing this closing of month, not the quarter. So we do closing every month. And this training of this CSR that project manager should know, that would really help. But my question to Ms. Ruchi is that you said that we will not be, you need evidence are required for the overhead percentage. And this sounds to me a bit complicated. So what kind of evidence would be required that, for example, it's a auditing, it's a board of directors time and different things in this one?
So you would have some kind of process within your, some kind of documentation available with you that this is the list of overheads and out of which this percentage is for HCL Foundation project.
Yes. Yes.
So that only is the evidence, because whatever you are spending, I mean, you have that bifurcation and that particular thing can connect back to your P&L, the normal P&L.
Yes.
If you have director fees or you have any kind of rental paid,
Right.
so the rental paid is same. Suppose whatever X amount you paid, it is coming the same in your P&L. So that list of all overheads together, and this is the percentage I am allocating to HCL Foundation and the other kind of percentages. So that documentation, where something can be tied up with the P&L, is required to be. Only one line giving will not serve the purpose.
And what if it goes like 5% overspent in the particular this line? Because you are saying in all the on the budget lines, 10% we don't
That's
need prior
a different
approval.
thing. See, overhead is a different thing. Budget line is a different thing. Budget line, if you are increasing budget line, you anyways have to give that, whatever proofs you are giving. You are expending some money on some particular expense written in the MOU. You have the vouchers.
Yes.
You paid. Voucher would have some kind of invoices which are called supporting documents.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So those documents are there. So there, if there is any overspent happening, or you are proposing to spend because you may be releasing some kind of POs also before you are incurring the actual cost. So there you require the prior approval that this line item is going to increase.
Right. Thank you.
So now okay, only one question because we have. We can discuss this post because actually timekeeping team is saying that we have already.
एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन हमारा एक लास्ट टाइम में ही एक्सपीरियंस हुआ है. आपने जो लास्ट पॉइंट्स जो बोले उसमें ऐसा था कि हम किसी और जगह से फंडिंग इसके लिए नहीं ले सकते, लेकिन लास्ट एमओयू में ऐसा हुआ कि फंड रिलीज होने में भी टाइम लगा और आफ्टर द पीरियड एमओयू कंप्लीटेड द फंड वाज रिलीज इन दिस जुलाई और जून ओनली. तो इन दैट केस वी विथड्रॉन सम एडवांस फ्रॉम द ट्रस्ट अकाउंट और उसका हमने यूटिलाइजेशन किया था क्योंकि बिफोर 30 हमारी एक्टिविटीज एज पर एमओयू हमको डिस्टर्ब नहीं करनी थी. तो क्या दैट इज नॉट अ वैलिड प्रोसेस?
So why we have told that? Because reason we want to shift it from reimbursement to advance mode. So that's why we want to for example, if your MOU is getting expired on 31st March 2023. So that's why Nidhi told that we have to start proposal and thing by January, so that by 15th of March we should have some all the things in place. So these type of reimbursement thing will not come into the picture.
मैं नेक्स्ट प्रपोजल की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ. जो लास्ट टाइम कंटिन्यू था, हमारे रिपोर्ट्स टाइमली गए थे, लेकिन ड्यू टू सम सर्कमस्टेंसेस फंड रिलीज होने में थोड़ा टाइम लगा था. हमने सारी क्वेरीज भी ऑन टाइम रिजॉल्व कर दी थी, लेकिन 2 क्वार्टर का फंड बाद में आया था विच वाज जस्ट कम्युनिकेटेड विद हमारे जो एसपीओसी थे उनके साथ. लेकिन हमने टू कंप्लीट द एक्टिविटीज हमने ट्रस्ट से वही एमओयू के लिए हमने एडवांस लिया था.
Ma'am, which is your organization?
Mahila Housing Trust.
Mahila Housing Trust. Ma'am, what we are talking here is, yes, there is a practice which is going on, which we want to reverse back, right? So that is the reason we have reintroduced the PMO team and all the people who you can reach out also, rather than your program SPOC. Because sometimes what happens is currently the system is manual. We're also trying, Vineet and our team is trying to get it automated, trainings are happening, so that there will be a transparent system. Where is the report? Or where is the payout status, which you can also see. So actually we are trying to reverse the system as these proposals and cash flow which we are talking. And if there is concerns after timely submission also, if things are not happening, you can reach out to the PMO directly. Because if PMO also not responds, you can always reach out to our director also.
Yes. So I think it's time to say.
Yeah.
But I have to also make few submissions here. Because we are all part of the same implementation team. See what happened, there was this whole COVID time, a lot of regression happened, certain NGOs, they were not able to operate from the offices, there were lockdowns and this and that. Then happened the story of 12A ATG in the same time, which was not necessary, but that happened anyhow. We all went through everything possible, created pandemics and natural pandemics, but good news is we all went through it and we have come out successfully. We can all really give ourselves a good round of applause for that. So what was happening, I tell you, at the back end was, you are our partners where we had committed funding. Now most of you did not have 12A ATG. There was a time we were not able to give any funding. We had to stop because of our regulations. We are all following, as Nikhil keeps saying, nothing is above the rule of the land. We have to follow what ministry and what government is put us as very clear guidelines. So in that process, there was a compliance also. हमें तो 2% करना ही करना है. There is no method that we can actually go back and tell government that it's a... And top of that, as a group, I told you that we decided not to deviate funding from regular program development to pandemic. That was the easiest thing, na? 100 crores Prime Minister Fund में ऐसे हम डाल देते and we would have got a big headline that HCL Foundation also donated. But we didn't go that way. We decided, there's a conscious decision under the leadership of Ms. Roshni Nadar Malhotra and well advised by Mr. Nadar at that time. We went to him, had a meeting. He said, nahin. Education will find a way. Technology will come in. Regular health, how can we stop cancer treatment? Fundamentals, कैसे हम बंद कर दें? हमारा rural development program Alok is leading. I mean, the farmers made more income. So, dairy, classic, so we continued. Despite all the odds, we continued. Now, in this process, what happened? Buffering happened at some stage. For 6 or 7 months, we were unable to process because we were committed. You were unable to receive, and you touched your corpuses because you had to maintain your stuff. Isn't it? We've all gone through that. Let's all admit. And I stand corrected because we are all in the same boat together. As I've been we've been having these discussions, we've been looking at the report. So, basically, what exactly I'm trying to communicate here is, we've gone through a big kind of a turmoil. We're all trying to correct it. What is not good for us is that we reimburse. When the model is grant, we should not reimburse. It should be advance grant. That is the ideal thing which should happen. What is not happening is you are waiting too long. We have a system of turnaround time in HCL Tech. TAT. None of us are allowed to sit on the report for more than senior level 48 hours, otherwise 3 working days. My level, if I sit on the report for more than 48 hours, I'm not doing my job. Either I have a special query, which I have sent in the system, but I have to act on it. Same goes for you, as long as you are with us. The culture, this is corporatization. This is corporatization. Speed is essential. working in the communities with the same speed as we do coding is important. तो अगर आपको हमारी तरफ से 2 हफ्ते तक भी रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आ रहा है, प्लीज एज द हेड ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन यू राइट टू मी. मैं भी नहीं एक्ट करती हूं तो फिर और भी सिस्टम है, बट होपफुली वील डू दैट, दैट्स आवर जॉब, यू नो. सो आप बताएंगे ना, आप कॉल करेंगे, आप बताएंगे, आप कुछ तो बोलेंगे ना, हमें वो पता लग रहा है 3 महीने बाद, 4 महीने बाद. दैट इज नॉट rubbing off on us very well. So those cases we can discuss offline. We are always there. Send in an email. Structured email works best. WhatsApp, no. Text message, no. Structured email is official way of communication. Send a reminder with a sign called urgent and we will respond if there is a problem. And if it still not get resolved, we can always sit and discuss. बट ये जो हमारा चल रहा है रीइंबर्समेंट वाला, दिस हैज टू स्टॉप. इफ यू डोंट हैव कैश फ्रॉम अस, 2 weeks is okay, but more than that, if you're spending and touching your corpus or other sources of funding. हमारे बहुत सारे पार्टनर्स हैं, मुझे फटाफट फोन भी कर देते हैं, फटाफट, यू नो, बहुत सारा. वी हैव, दैट इज ऑल्सो नॉट द प्लेस वेयर वी शुड ऑल ऑफ अस गेट इन टू दैट, विच मीन्स प्रोसेस इज नॉट वर्किंग. वी हैव टू इम्प्रोवाइज द process, but that's fine as long as we are able to serve the communities on time. अगर हमने nutrition promise किया है तो we should have nutrition in the field. If farmers are waiting for seeds, they should have. If take away trainings, training is equally important. So what I'm again saying is, don't get into a situation where if one person, it's not person, it's a system. We are all here for you. Yesterday I made group-wise team introductions to everyone. Reach out to us. The problem is not as big. Problem is just not as big. Reimbursements we got into because of 12A ATG, precisely because you were closely connected with the field. We knew that you could not withdraw suddenly, and in that era we reimbursed. Pandemic was another situation, but that is not a regular, it should not continue. Let's completely mitigate it by 31st March this year. Whichever method we apply, we have to get into the grant functioning mode as far as the MOUs and the partner engagement is concerned. This is not vendor engagement. तो वो हमें हैबिट में थोड़ा चला गया है सिस्टम में, क्योंकि एक डिस्ट्रप्शन आई थी, but that was not a positive disruption. We have to mitigate and go back. And that is why that strong email has gone from my desk that we have to stop wherever we are for some time. लीनियर आप छोटा सा थिन स्टाफ वाला सैलरी वाला है, वो शायद आपको रखना पड़ेगा, बट थोड़ा टाइम आप प्रोजेक्ट एक्टिविटीज एंड स्पीड अप एंड गेट योर प्रोजेक्ट आउट ऑफ द, यू नो, द पेपर वर्क डन. दैट इज द कॉल फॉर एक्शन एंड वील ऑल सेल थ्रू. हमारे 60% पार्टनर्स आर ऑलरेडी in that mode. It's just 40% where we have to work. I think we have to relieve them with last final comments from Ravi.
So I must say that she has summarized, you are our partners, not vendors. And I think we will try our best to fund you, whatever it is. And we are definitely committed to improve our processes, if required, to ensure that you get the funds in time. And we in return want that whatever the purpose for which funds are given, they are spent only for that purpose. Thank you, and thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Raj, Ms. Ruchi, Mr. Sugato, and Mr. Naresh for the insightful session. Since Mr. Naresh Goel joined in the middle, I'll take this opportunity to introduce him as well. With extensive experience in finance, including treasury, banking, fixed assets, fund mobilization, account payable, and other core financial areas, he is General Manager, Accounts and Finance at HCL Tech. Thank you for joining us. Now, I would also like to invite Mr. Amit Gupta, Deputy Manager, Finance, HCL Foundation, to join us on stage, please. I would also like to invite Dr. Shantanu Basu to come on stage and felicitate the speakers. Please give a huge round of applause.
And just to say, Amit is associated with HCL Foundation from day one.
Ms. Ruchi Sadhana. Mr. Raj Walia. Mr. Sugato Basu. Mr. Naresh Goyal. And Mr. Amit Gupta. I would request everyone on stage to please pose for a group picture.
And thank you, Nitesh, for your support, especially with the distorted picture of the vehicle.
Thank you, everyone. Now, before moving to the next session, a couple of announcements. First of all, like yesterday, we are live streaming the event on HCL Foundation's YouTube for partners and your colleagues who could not attend the event. So please ask them to visit the channel and where they can see all the sessions live. Also, if you or any team member is planning on posting any thing on the social media, make sure to use the hashtag PFC2022 and tag us across all the platforms, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, wherever you are present and wherever you are posting. Thank you so much for that. Now, the second round of announcement, as we are moving closer to the session with our chairperson, I would just request to manage the seating a little. We are a lot of people here. So first of all, I would request our project directors of different programs to please take the seating on this column left, and also requesting all the program leads, project managers of different verticals and programs to join them on this side. Other HCL Foundation team members, those who are not present inside the auditorium, requesting those on the gates to please ask them also to join. If they find a seat, good enough. If not, they can pretty well be standing on the sides of it. So that is the second announcement. While you would do that, I would not take up any more time, just going ahead. The partners are just requested to leave the middle 3 seats on the front row here, just the middle 3 seats. On the middle column at front. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the coordination and support. Moving on, moving on the agenda. Next, we have the HCL Foundation Academy. I am sure some of you would have engaged with the Academy in the past year. The Academy is a special initiative of the Foundation, a global platform for collaborative learning and solution thinking. I request Anuj Srivastav, Deputy Manager HCL Grant, to come on the stage and tell us about the innovative work that the HCL Foundation Academy is undertaking. Anuj. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Abhishek. Very warm good morning. Thanks to Nitesh. Nitesh, you have drained a lot of energy from our dear partners. Can I request everyone to please get up from your seats and let's stretch ourselves for the remaining day. I know everybody is in that mode, tranche release nahi hui, ye hua, wo hua. Forget everything. All right. Who all enjoyed last night? The dance, the food. Can we have a huge shout? Great. Now everybody can get settled. Yeah. So it's a very interesting session of HCL Academy, and as mentioned by Abhishek, many of us in the rooms have already experienced what Academy is, how did it got conceptualized, what is it that we had offered over the last 2 years. I also take this opportunity to introduce formally the HCL Foundation Academy team to all of you. May I request Mr. Gaurav Majumdar to please join me on the dais, Mr. Manu Khanna, Ms. Anshu Joshi, and our very new joinee, Mr. Ashutosh Tong, who is going to take the baton forward of the HCL Foundation Academy. Can we have a huge round of applause for this team? So in the interest of time, since the chairperson is going to join us soon, we'll keep this session very brief. And without much ado, Anshu will be talking about the overview of HCL Foundation Academy, what is it that it offers, and special thanks to Dr. Nidhi Pundir. We were discussing in the morning that सुबह के सपने अक्सर सच होते हैं. Although ये सपना निधि ने शायद किसी दोपहर में casual talk में देखा था, and today I'm really proud to announce that we were able to turn the dream into reality, launching the HCL Foundation Academy in year 2018. And Anshu, I would request you if you can deep dive further and talk about the 3 E's, what we offer, and then I would request Manu to kindly talk about what is it that has happened over the last 2 years, the number of courses we had run, the number of learners we have enabled, and Mr. Gaurav, who will also touch base since he leads the skilling portfolio for the HCL Foundation, and of course Ashutosh we have on the stage. Anshu, over to you. Thanks. Can we have the slides, please?
A very good morning, everyone. So just what Anuj... So just Anuj mentioned, I'll just take 5 to 6 minutes where I'll tell the overview of HCL Foundation Academy, its aims and objectives, and how far we have rolled out. So about 4 to 5 years ago, our director, Dr. Nidhi, conceptualized the Academy as an e-learning platform. So it was her vision and leadership that guided the overall framework of HCL Foundation Academy. This academy includes the courses that are directed for the development sector professionals, practitioners, students, and whosoever wants to learn and explore with our academy. And it also includes seminars, workshops, symposiums that bring subject matter experts that will guide the professionals who are doing the courses. Also developing the repository for government schemes, notifications, amendments, report that help us to map CSR with the sustainable development goals. So going further, the academy, as Anuj mentioned, the 3 E's. So the academy has 3 broad pillars driven by the 3 E's: enrich, enable, and engage. So briefly, I'll tell about each of the strong pillars that will tell the core purpose of the academy. So enrich, it creates constructively the learning ecosystem that brings learners from across the country to a common platform. And through the various courses that academy is providing, it facilitates enriching dialogues, conversations, and through these enriching dialogues, the learner gains immensely. That helps them to strengthen their work output, their project, not only their project, their overall career as well. I'll come to the second is, that is enable. So in enable, what we do, the courses that we provide on HCL Foundation Academy that helps the learners to develop networks and partnerships. And these networks, they further strengthen their work. So these work outputs, this engagement, the convergence and collaborations, they help us creating, outcomes, good positive outcomes programmatically also. The third is, that is the last one, engage. This is very important, please. The courses that Academy offers are a very unique one. They are based on the ground level implementation and learning. We have packaged these courses into learning modules that are delivered online through the faculty that are practitioners. So this is a very unique point. The faculty is the practitioners. Now, after finishing this, can we move to the next slide? So these are the webinars that we have hosted on our HCL Foundation Academy since 2020, when the pandemic was at its peak. So we have had this opportunity to invite some of the renowned speakers from across the country and internationally also to come on the Academy platform and capacitate our learners. So till date, we have hosted around 46 plus webinars, and we have reached to around 36,800 plus participants across the country. And with the support of each one of you, I think we'll continue with our legacy. So happy learning, everyone. And please do the courses from our academy. Thank you. Over to Manu now. Manu will deep dive into the courses that are running on HCL Foundation Academy. Thank you.
Thank you, Anshu. So, as Anuj mentioned, the academy was conceptualized in 2018, but we formally launched our first course during the pandemic time in 2020, when we co-created a course, which is our flagship course on corporate social responsibility, its applied aspects. I'll deep dive into this course specifically in my next slide. So I'll come back to this one. But till now, we have co-created courses with 3 partners. So we have done 3 partnerships, and we have cumulatively completed 14 batches of courses, where we have certified around 830 learners from across India. So another course in partnerships, we have 3 partnerships, as you can see. So the first partnership with the Population Foundation of India, we co-created a course on adolescent reproductive and sexual health, where we have completed 3 batches. This is a train the trainer module, and hence we have created 31 master trainers that are further touching this very important topic in communities and schools that we work in. Government, with the IIM Bangalore, so the 2 IIMs, 2 premier institutes that are there, IIM Bangalore and IIM Calcutta, we've created 2 courses with them. One is on the NGO governance and leadership, where a lot of people sitting in the room must have experienced this course with IIM Bangalore. We've completed 4 batches and have certified 146 leaders. And the latest is our partnership with IIM Calcutta, where we are running a course on the capacity building of mid-level managers on program management. So we've completed 2 batches and have certified 54 learners in that. Now coming back to the corporate social responsibility, its applied aspect course, which is an in-house created course. So in the 5 batches we have completed, we have certified close to 600 professionals from across the geographies of India. And as you can see, we started from 44 learners, and last week we closed the registrations for our batch 6, and we had 1600 plus applications we have received. But unfortunately, you can see that we can only cater to 350 in a batch, because it is such an engaging course. There are sessions that happen over the weekends. There are tests that the learners have to go through, and hence you see the number of people getting certificate is also less. So although the courses are free, but the learning is absolute premium on the HCL Foundation Academy platform. As you can also see, some of the most renowned corporates and NGOs have already experienced Academy, and all our alumni network that we have created over the last 2 years are working in some of the most premium organizations.
Thanks, Manu. Thank you so much. Thanks, Anshu. I would request Gaurav to also talk about you can all clap. Thank you. So before we get into our surprise of this session, of the second part, I would request Gaurav to quickly talk about the skilling part, which is very much embedded.
Thanks, Anuj. Good afternoon, everyone. My colleague Anshu, Anuj, and Manu talk about HCL Foundation Academy. And definitely, Academy is a very much part of skill development. And we believe that skill development is very essential, not only for us, but also for the last mile participant. And the idea of HCL Foundation Academy, when we conceptualized, we wanted to reach this academy to the last mile participant so that it can become more relevant for them. So that is how the HCL Foundation Academy is evolving over the period of time. And it is being like a tool for the development practitioner, like a game changer for the think tank organization, government stakeholder, line department. We have a academic institution in partnership. So all the people are coming together in a forum, and we are making all those like a live courses. Okay, it's not the theoretical part, but also what is happening in the field to the lab, which Nikhil sir always mention about those things. So we are making from the field to the lab, like in academy. And through this academy, what we are trying to vision in the next couple of years, that this academy is going to be like a hybrid model. Not only the online mode, while also it have some kind of a physical academy session where we develop the master trainer from the community itself, so that the reach can become more leaps and bounds, and they become our hand of the academy. They become our ambassador of academy. So that is the overall plan of HCL Foundation Academy. Bring those courses which are very much related to what the practice we are doing, and let's co-create this academy. We invite all our NGO partners, all our program participants. Let's join this hand together, join this journey together, and we can make a platform like a global platform where we can bring those courses which are very much relevant. We are making those changes and the amendments, all the policies which are very required, the need of the hour. So this is all about HCL Foundation Academy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gaurav. And before we move on, I request Ashutosh, since he is going to be the face for the HCL Foundation Academy, and many of you would be reaching out to him directly, and we'll leave you with his email ID. Ashutosh, would you like to convey any message to our audience today?
Yeah, thanks, Anuj. You have already heard a lot, and I share the same vision. We will be continuously launching more courses that are very elite, and they are going to be the trend-setting courses in the social development sector. So I'll follow this vision, and the registrations are on. New batch of CSR is going to start following next week. So all those participants from your organizations who will be joining us, please, I look forward to them to the course. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashutosh. Thank you very much. Thanks, Gaurav. Thanks, Anshu. Thank you, Manu. And now let's recreate a memory of our convocation. I'm sure all of us have held our degrees while we were convocating. So I would, on that note, I'm very proud to announce that we are going to felicitate our first batch from the IIM Calcutta, and we have the degree holders sitting today with us. So I request Rahul to please join me on the dais, along with Professor Jaykumar Sarvana, who is the Associate Professor with IIM Calcutta. Can we have a huge round of applause for Professor? Rahul, I request you to briefly introduce about the course, and also parallelly I invite the degree holders to please join us on the stage for the photo opportunity with Professor Sarvana and Dr. Nidhi Pundir.
Thanks, Anuj. Very good morning. So I'm Rahul, and the thing what I wanted to share with you is related to the course, what we have conducted with 55 participants who are coming from our esteemed NGO partners, HCL Foundation team members, and different other set of stakeholders. So why this course, and then what is the need, what is the requirement? I will share a brief journey with you. So firstly, we thought, like, every time it happens that there is a lag between academia and the NGOs. So the first and foremost requirement, what we visualized, was to close this feedback loop. Academia being the institutions of prominence, having, so much knowledge bank with them, how it can be disseminated on ground through the support mechanism in partnership of corporates and the NGOs. This is where we conceptualized this course, and the model was, it should be the demand-driven model. The demand should come from the partners who are working on ground. So we took a very systematic approach. We did, the training need assessment, that what is the thing which our NGOs want to learn. And that is where we went through training need assessment. Followed by that, we came up with the course curriculum, and then we imparted the training. So this is the point where most of the time the journey closes. But believe me, we are not going to follow this vision. We are going a step ahead. We will have, the action-oriented research where our eminent institution from academia, IIM Kolkata, will be joining us in further noting down the impact what is getting created on the ground basis the training imparted to the NGOs. So this is a really critical element which we will follow in this program, and I'm really happy to share with you that this approximately 18 days training for the 2 batches, and each of the module was of 27-hour module, and we had really esteemed participants which were available with us from remote corner of the geographies. They joined us virtually. Many of the places are there where the participants have traveled to certain places to have internet access for the sessions. So this is the kind of effort our NGOs put in, and to ensure that whatever the knowledge getting disseminated, again the feedback comes to the academia, and academia can further work on it. We will have the feedback mechanism also in place, basis which we will develop the course further. With this, I would request all the participants to please join us on stage. For the
those who are one holding the degrees, can I see the degrees in your hands? Yes, please join the stage. And we can all clap for these fresh. You all have to join us on the stage. Nitesh, can I request you to please? Meanwhile, the learners are joining us on the stage. I would request Professor Sarvana Jaikumar to please speak few words about his experience of conducting the first and the second batch.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll keep it short. Yeah, thanks, Anuj. Thanks. Right. First of all, on behalf of IIM Calcutta, I would like to thank the HCL Foundation Academy for inviting us here. Right, it's a privilege and honor to be a part of this annual partnership meet. Right. So, like rightly said in the beginning, there's a very unique proposition. Faculty practitioners. Usually, we have a saving, right? So those who can't do will teach. Right. That's not really true. Right. So we have faculty practitioners who actively engage on the ground, and we do a lot of implementations of several projects and so on. So I'm glad that HCL Academy has taken this initiative to bring academia and practitioners together in the same stage. So we have a lot, as you all know, IIM Calcutta is one of the top business schools in the country. But what we can easily miss is it's actually a research-focused institute, right? Our primary focus is on research, and one of the major areas that we focus on is actually development space, right? Many of our faculty members work actively in this space. We implement projects, we evaluate them, we do a lot of impact assessments as well, right? Coming to this program, we had a very active program. We had a very active participants who interacted with us over the entire course of the program. We had a lot of fruitful discussion on, impact assessments, baseline and endline assessments, using social media in the NGO space, how to actively leverage social media in this space, and so on. Right. So overall, we had a very good, at least I had a really great experience interacting with the HCL Foundation Academy overall, and I hope we take this partnership forward in a fruitful manner. Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, congrats to all the participants who had actually convocated the first batch. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for those kind words, and we look forward to continue the legacy, as Anshu also mentioned. I would request all the learners to please stay back on the stage. We are trying to get Roshni on stage for this photo opportunity, so I'll keep you, I'll trouble you for some more time. Meanwhile, no, we have the experience sharing session. I request Ms. Anurag from the Monami Foundation. So we have people with us today who are going to share their experience of going through these courses. So if you can please join us on the stage. I request Akash and Akhilesh also to please join us. And I think we had Ashifa from FPAI. So if all four of you can please come and quickly talk about your experience of going through the course. What is it that has changed within you as a professional, as at the personal level, and what is it that you have been able to change in your own organization? Over to you.
Hello everyone, am I audible? Okay. Hi, I'm Akash and I come from this organization called Your Wonderful Project. We work on mental health, awareness and accessibility. Mental health, as you know, is a buzzword these days. Fortunately, we've been working on it before it was a buzzword. Recently we had just gotten our CSR 1 certificate, and we were like headless chickens, and we were roaming around here and there and trying to understand what the CSR law is. And luckily, because of Nikhil sir, who had been a mentor for me at Ashoka University, I got to know about this course called the CSR course offered by HCL Academy. I've been asked to keep it short, so I'm going to share 3 reflections I had from the course. First of all, like I said, we had no idea, what CSR is. Where should we read about it? Should we visit, some lawyer or read something on the internet, whatever? We were lucky to find a place where everything could come together. The legal aspects, the applied aspects of the course could come together in the course which HCL Academy was offering. So that was the first reflection, that it's possible for someone to gather all the resources around CSR and offer it as a course. Secondly, we as an NGO, we are a young NGO, we are 3 years old, we just got a CSR certificate. We were very skeptical of approaching a lot of corporates because we had no idea, how corporates are operating. They had high budgets. We came from, humble beginnings, etc. But in the course, we realized that a lot of corporates know lesser than we know as NGOs about the CSR law. And that gave us a lot of confidence that if we are able to understand the law possibly, properly, and we're able to go through it properly, we can talk to corporates in a confident manner, we can approach them for funds, we would know what we're talking about. Third thing which this course also offered was peer learning. So generally what courses miss is that they're not able to absorb all the things which peers and the students have to offer in a course. And this course, luckily and fortunately, was able to do that. One of the things we learned in the course was theory of change, which was taught by one of the students who had been working in schools for a long time. So I think this course has really helped us understand, be more confident about CSR, and has also helped us network with a lot of professionals in the CSR space and a lot of companies. Reflecting on this course, I think all the courses which HCL Academy offers have a lot to learn from, and I would extend this to all of you to please come and participate in the courses HCL Academy has been offering. Thank you.
Thanks, Akash. May I request Anurag to please take over? Yeah, she's here. Yeah.
I'm at Monami Foundation, and I'm a designer by profession. And when I started the foundation, I didn't really think or envisage the kind of challenges that we face every day. The number of people that we work with have been increasing. The organization itself has been growing. And like Nidhi said, that it's like a full-time job that we have, and so many hats that we wear that we don't realize that these challenges that are coming forth, how do you really resolve them? So there is a process, and the process was, getting through this course at IIM Bangalore. And there were things that we came in a classroom and actually sat and discussed these things, which was so fantastic that, it was like resolving a lot of, issues that were in our minds, and suddenly they were coming in perspective, being shared by other partners. So thank you so much, and thank you, just the entire process of putting this together.
Thank you, Anurag. Thank you for those kind words. Ashifa, may I request you?
Hi, good morning. I'm Ashifa from Family Planning Association of India. We are working for adolescent SRH in the field of more than 7 decades. And it's a pleasure to have a Urge for You course through HCL Academy. It was very close to our adolescent education program, what we are implementing in schools. And I could able to impart lots of knowledge through Urge for You. It was really give me a good experience in teaching the others, teachers and students in this school. So I really recommend all our partners to join in our HCL Academy to impact their knowledge in better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashifa, and I request all the degree holders to wave your degree proudly. And meanwhile, I request Ms. Simi Suri and Mr. Alok to please join us on the stage. And I can see Ms. Roshni Nadar Malhotra joining us, Chairperson HCL Technologies. Can we have a huge round of applause for Ms. Roshni Nadar Malhotra? I also request Dr. Basu to please join us on the stage for the photo op. So Roshni, just to let you know, meanwhile the photograph is happening, these are the proud degree holders of our first batch from IIM Calcutta, which we had hosted on the HCL Foundation Academy. So while you were joining, we were just hosting that session. So we can all clap for our... Thank you everyone. Back to the moderators. Thanks.
Thank you, HCL Academy and IIM Calcutta team. Now, moving on to our next session, and this is a very special one. Up till now, we have discussed about the different thematic areas and the functional subjects that are related to our work, related to CSR, ESG, finance, governance, and all the associated aspects. It is not time that we hear the views of our leadership, Ms. Roshni Nada Malhotra. Roshni Nada Malhotra is the chairperson of HCL Tech and the chairperson of its CSR board committee. Under her leadership, HCL Foundation has till date impacted more than 5 billion lives across the country. Roshni is a trustee of the Shiv Nada Foundation. Since its inception, the Shiv Nada Foundation has invested $1.1 billion in nation-building institutions and driving transformational leadership. She is also the chairperson and driving force behind Vidyagyan, a leadership academy for the economically underprivileged, meritorious, rural students of Uttar Pradesh. The institution has been working towards nurturing future leaders from rural India who can be catalysts of change for their communities, villages, and nation at large. Passionate about wildlife and conservation, Roshni has established the Habitats Trust in 2018. The trust aims to protect India's natural habitats and its indigenous species with the core mission of creating and conserving sustainable ecosystems through strategic partnerships and collaborations. Please give a big round of applause as I invite Ms. Roshni to kindly grace the stage. I also request Dr. Pundeet to come on the stage to take forward the session. Over to you, Nidhi.
Thank you so much, Abhishek, the host teams. Thank you so much, Roshni, once again, and it's such a privilege to be sharing this stage in person at such a unique forum, which has got built up under your kind leadership. And as we always say, कारवां है और बढ़ता जा रहा है. With the best wishes from all our partners, communities, and as we have been saying, people and planet especially last 2 days with the new brand launch, how they have taken central stage. I have lots of questions, lots of queries around several aspects, how the group is growing. And it's our honor that Roshni has been always accepting our invitation, and it is her leadership, mentorship, guidance, and approachability, I would say, that helps us grow without hesitation, leaps and bound. So thank you, Roshni, for all your guidance to us. I will get into few question-answer sessions, a kind of a question-answer session, but before that, if you want to just open the dialogue by addressing the audience with something that you would want to say, and then I'll take the question.
No, I'm just so happy to be here. I think the last time, a couple of years ago, so obviously pre-COVID, when I was here, we had done the event. I think this is our third time at the Habitats Center, right? Third time. So the first time, there was only this section. The second time, there was this section and that. And now, it's that. So that's what I was looking at. When Nidhi was introducing me, I was doing this. I was looking at all of you on top. But yeah, I think, we're all happy to be alive. We're all happy to be here. And if the foundation keeps growing, we get to keep impacting more people. So I can only pray for that.
Thank you so much, Roshni. And you're right that, and this is just 2 people on strict invitation from us, from each foundation and each NGO that we are partnering with. We were just talking, how do we make these sessions available to at least 10 team members from each NGO, and how do we really make it into a much, much bigger conclave? Rightly deserved by the field teams also, and we are looking at bigger and bigger venues, and we were looking at stadiums maybe next time. So let's see how it goes. But post-pandemic, I think it's an amazing kind of feeling where we've come back in person. This is the 6th PFC that we are hosting. Without any fail, we do it each year, and each year the quality of sessions and the quality of engagement has really gone up. Back in person this year, of course, we also came back with a very fresh brand at HCL Tech, and that has been the major flavor of the conclave this year. So I'll start from that. I think we have few of those corporates where we saw communities and planet take the center stage in our brand positioning. And you have been, I would say, a central guidance to the curation of this brand. Tell us a little more about the I would not say completely repositioning, but the rebranding exercise, and why did you think that this should be at the center stage?
I think the first was a pure business decision. By now, those who've been, in partnership with HCL Foundation for a long time, I think, that the HCL group is much larger. So, we have the HCL group, the HCL holding company, and then we have the group companies, which are HCL Technologies, HCL Infosystems, HCL Healthcare. We have our family philanthropy, which is very big, Shivnada Foundation. We have the Habitats Trust, which is my foundation, and then the HCL Foundation, which is the CSR foundation of the largest company in the group right now, which is HCL Technologies. So one reason for this brand refresh was to, not to differentiate the distinct identities between, the mothership HCL and then the group companies. So, from now on, we hope that, and it'll take time to evolve, but when people say HCL, they're referring to the group. And then when people say HCL Tech, they're referring to the group company. And then HCL Foundation is the foundation of the group company. So I think that was the first thing. The second thing was that, long before the 2%, law came in, I think HCL Tech CSR, which is outside the Shivnada Foundation, has been doing some tremendous work. And I think that needed to be brought to the forefront, because there was also confusion. So a lot of people were thinking that all the work is basically under the Shivnada Foundation, which, because in terms of visibility, is a bigger foundation, right? Because you actually have Shivnada University, or you have Shivnada schools, you've got, it's a brick and mortar foundation, so there's so much that you see. So a lot of people were also confusing that. So by doing this rebrand positioning, it was also a way of us to strengthen the positioning of HCL Foundation. So if you look at the new HCL Tech brand, it clearly states in its vision and its mission and its positioning and purpose that, at HCL Tech, we supercharge through our people and technology, our customers, our people, the communities, and the planet. So the communities and the planet is a very definitive shout out to HCL Foundation. Because that's not what you can say for Shivnada Foundation. That's an educational foundation. We have universities and schools, and it's that kind of foundation. So I think that bringing in these distinctions is very important. Also, you know, God's been kind. The HCL group is growing. HCL Technologies is growing. You know, your budgets at HCL Foundation are also growing. So I think it's very important for all the partners over here to also know who you're associated with and that distinct identity. So that was the exercise we went through, and I think that these, you know, brand positioning is not cosmetic. Just because you change the logo and make it jazzier and blue and pink and purple and green like you're seeing outside, that's not what brand positioning is. It takes time. But I think the good thing is that we're doing it after we've established so much. So I'm hoping that the brand actually catches up with all the amazing work. Yeah.
Thank you, Roshni. Since yesterday, we've been delving into, you know, critical priorities as we have, and you've been sharing many of those. ESG, we had a lovely session with Santosh and Minya, and, you know, the way as partners we've absorbed that responsibility, and a lot of data comes from the field to the larger, I would say, the ESG agenda. But then we clearly kind of made the distinction that here the impact is for people and communities, whereas whatever we do does feed into the larger ESG agenda of the corporate group also. You have really taken that leadership, Roshni. I've seen ever since you came on the ESG committee and you began to guide us, significant moves have happened in terms of the larger impact that we are making. What is your guidance on ESG, and how do we really distinguish it from the CSR that we do at the field level?
So again, I think first let me pick up on your last sentence, which is it's very important to understand ESG is not CSR and CSR is not ESG. So, you know, ESG has an environment composition. It's got a social composition, which you could say includes communities, but it also includes the 220,000 people that work at HCL. And then the last being governance. So, you know, CSR is a part of ESG, but ESG is not CSR. I think where environment comes in, there is obviously a lot of synergies between what we do at HCL Foundation Harit and what we're trying to actually measure for HCL Technologies. So, for example, you know, I read the data point that through Harit, you know, and through our water rejuvenation programs, you know, 36 billion liters of water has been rehabilitated. You know, so many water bodies have been cleaned, and so many ponds and lakes are under the Harit mandate, that when we did a recalibration and calculation, it ended up helping HCL Technologies because we were actually 20 times water positive, you know, which is amazing for, I think, any company. So this is where I see that ESG is extending into CSR and CSR is extending into ESG. So a lot of it is actually in what we are trying to do with our CSR initiatives as far as ESG is concerned, is to give it some dimension and to give it some numbers, and numbers on how it actually impacts HCL Tech. And see, that's also really important, because I think HCL Tech has to also, you know, realize that CSR is not just something which is good to do. You know, CSR is something that actually helps me become a better company. So I think that's the link between the two. We'll continue doing more measurements. As you met Santosh and you heard from him yesterday, I think Santosh coming in as a leader for our sustainability and ESG, Nidhi being a leader who's leading the CSR part of it, there's a lot more synergy. So till about, I think, a year and a half ago, we didn't have a person like Santosh. So I think that CSR was doing what it was doing. HCL Tech was saying it's a good thing to do, but we weren't actually synergizing it into our business sustainability. I think now that'll start.
And that's, I think, something which, especially for NGO leaders out here, a clear kind of answer. We've been dwelling upon it, that it doesn't mean that we do CSR for ESG. We do CSR because it's needed at the community level, at the planet level. However, we complement a lot to the group data, which is being measured. And measurement was the key message that came out and which you have re-emphasized. Roshni, as a leader, and now again, I know I asked this question in one way or the other in each dialogue that we have, but it's also because we have growing, I would say, community of practice of leaders here. So it's just to kind of reiterate, and also young leaders in the NGO fraternity who are joining us. We have seen you emerge as a global leader, on various fronts. What are the key drivers that you as a leader, keep in mind in terms of engaging them, keep them motivated, the line that you develop below you? What are those drivers? What happens when you are actually mentoring so many leaders around you? If you could give us maybe 2 or 3 of them.
Such a deep question. No, firstly, I'm not mentoring anybody. I'm very cognizant of my age. I'm also very cognizant of my lack of experience in comparison to most people in the room. I think the only fundamental that I apply is that the leader tag aside, I don't think that you can do anything in business or you can't do anything in life unless it's not teamwork. So I think before being a leader, you have to be a good team player. And sometimes you lead from the front. Sometimes you lead from the front. Sometimes you lead from the back. So I think just that's it. I try to surround myself, and I am surrounded by people who are much smarter than me and who have maybe different skill sets than I do. You just have to keep learning and keep growing. One day I'll also be 60 plus, but not today.
And you will be like one of those extremely big global leaders. You already are one.
I don't know, yaar, तुम लोग इतना अच्छा picture लगाते हो, makeup लगाया, बाल कंघी किए. When I appear like this, I'm like, थोड़ा casual picture use करा करो यार.
Okay. We had a very engaging finance session led by our finance team, and Raj took that leadership there just now before you came. And one of the constant things which we came up was review mechanisms. And Roshni, I have seen you have extremely engaging review mechanisms. Many people ask me, how does this keep growing? How is HCL Foundation growing leap and bound? And how do you people manage scale? I was like, scale is managed at HCL Tech and at the board level and at the larger HCL group level, and so many entities that you are now looking after. What kind of review mechanisms would you advise, especially at an institutional level, because many of them are leading several institutions, and again, sustainability is always a question in terms of financial sustainability also. Any advice on how those review mechanisms and they should function? If it's...
You want me to comment on finance in front of finance? Many gari. No, honestly, again, it's very unfair to give you any advice on finance, because please do realize that the HCL group was founded in 1976, and HCL Tech was founded before listing, was founded in the late 90s. The finance engine is a very well-oiled engine, and good financial governance and practice takes time. It doesn't come overnight, and it takes also very good people. So again, I think that for all your organizations, please do not undermine the importance of really good financial governance. And for that, you just need really good people. And if you've got limited finances and you know where you're going to have to invest them and spend them within your organization, I would say good financial governance is one of them. And then, of course, what is your definition of sustainability? Like in a business, the definition of sustainability is not just the top line, but more importantly, the bottom line, right? The fundamentals, profit, cash, margin. So similarly for you as an organization, are you a non-profit or are you a not-for-profit? which means you want to generate surplus and then you want to reinvest it back in your foundation. So I think there are many models that exist. Again, I don't come from a financial background. There are some awesome courses available, which is finance for non-finance people. Please take them. I promise you. Because you learn. I mean, honestly, I don't have an answer for finance. Finance is something that it's a discipline, and it's you learn it over a period of time. It doesn't come overnight. Even now, it takes a lot of effort from me personally to just generally understand, even in our complex world of HCL numbers. It takes time. I can't say that there's just any shortcut to good financial governance and understanding finance.
And we just had that, I don't know, this room was quite warm and nice when we were having so many discussions in the morning today. Roshni, there is this always a question in terms of, especially in the NGO space, we see amazing leaders and then we see second line deficit somewhere. I know you did mention it, but then I've seen that in HCL, there is this whole hunt for professionals, and I think we are one of the foundations where there are 500 people working on ground and all from the development sector. What is your advice on really having right kind of professionals work in the NGOs, not only at the top line, but till the end line, and the right kind of investments that need to happen? And you've always advised us to do that, but I want you to give that advice directly to our NGO leaders as well. I know that's a bit of a tough zone, but then why do you give that advice is the question.
No, I don't know your organizations personally, but if I just reflect back on HCL, and of course there are some HCL leaders in the organization who probably know this better than me, I think it's an advice, or it's about culture. So it doesn't matter whether it's a company or it's an NGO. Do you have an entrepreneurial culture? And do you allow people freedom? So, when I reflect back at HCL, I think why HCL has had such a strong pipeline of leaders is because we've had a very entrepreneurial culture. We didn't get into the trap. It's a known term. It's nothing specific to HCL. There's a term called founder's curse. So, there are some great founders who find great companies and great organizations, maybe even NGOs. But let's say when they move on, the company or the NGO or the organization falls apart. That's what a founder's curse is. So you have to actually, if you're founders of your organizations, you have to say what, Mr. Nadu used to always say that only the paranoid survive. So you have to be paranoid, ki mere baad kya hoega? You know what I mean? And actually, your legacy is not what a great organization you built. Your legacy is that after you're gone, does it stand? That's the important part. If that doesn't happen, then you can forget about it. People will forget you. History and people's memory is very short. So, I can just reflect on HCL. Mr. Nada founded HCL in 1976. By the time HCL Technologies came along, I think in the very first, in the first 5 years of HCL Technologies, he stopped being the CEO, considering he was the founder. And that time he was only in his 50s. He was not old. But he stopped being the CEO. He empowered other people and other generations of HCL leaders to become CEOs and presidents. And today at HCL Technologies, we're 4 CEOs down, and they've all come from internally. Other leaders have also come internally. And as of 3 years ago, Nidhi, of course, knows this, and the HCL leaders, that Mr. Nada is completely retired. He's completely retired, not just from HCL Technologies and operating capacity, but he's retired from the board also. He's not even a board member. So I think that as a founder of your organization, you have to have that mental strength to walk away. And walk away when you're still a little young, so that you can give someone wings. Otherwise your organization won't stand. So again, I think this is just my reflection from and today, all our executives, they run HCL like it's their own company.
like they are also founders of this company. So, I think that that's so important, and for everybody, because people come and go, but the greatest institutions in the world stand. I think it's more for you guys to Google and read that why did those institutions stand, Yeah.
Very profound, Roshni, that people will come and go. It's the legacy, it's the institutions that we build and the ownership that is transferred to the leaders, which will, continue that legacy. And that takes me to the next question, is you are leading so much. How do you manage your time? And that's a question many people ask me, that Roshni is so young and she has so much on her shoulders. How do you manage as a person, as a human being?
Please, yeah. Managing time is the most... who manages time? I just take each day as it comes. I don't have an answer. I wish I could tell you. I think... yeah. You guys are recording me saying all this also. But I actually don't... I wish I could give you... I think it's very personal. Time is very personal to everybody. I just feel like, the only thing that you don't get back in life is time. So if you've got time, just make the most of it. That's it. And by the way, it seems like I'm doing a lot, but I'm not. Again, I have to say that I work with tremendous people. So if I am putting in that much time, I can assure you they're putting in at least 2x. So अगर वो कर सकते तो फिर मैं भी कर सकती हूँ. So it's okay.
Again, a question, but that's a message that we always want to hear from you is lifestyle is taking on people, and I think it's health goals which somewhere get left behind. And this is mainly for the more young people in the room. We see you disciplined, and we work with you, and that rubs on the team clearly. Your message on managing personal health.
I mean, it's non-negotiable. Honestly, okay, that's where I give time. कुछ भी हो जाए, okay, इधर का उधर दुनिया हो जाए, I will work out. So I'm just saying that, no, that's my personal, I'm not saying you have to love to work out. Please don't clap. You can go for a walk also. No one is asking you to go and pump in the gym. And this is not an age thing, because, of course, life is unpredictable. If tomorrow you're going to get a chronic illness or something's going to happen, that will happen anyway. But I'm just saying that, I think that what we're all blessed with is like one body. If you can't take care of that body, then how will you even feel good about yourself? So just, I don't know. So, that's my thing. I like it. But whatever it is, whatever your jam is, but just give your physical health priority. It's just really important. You should. It's a no-brainer. And as parents, you all will be telling your kids that. Imagine when your kids look at you and you're not healthy, then they're like, with what mouth are you preaching to me? They may not say it to you aloud, but that is exactly what they're thinking. So, just be really honest with yourself, yeah, when you're passing gyan to other people. I can pass you this gyan because I worked out today morning.
See, where is it coming from? And when we have these conversations in the team, and I'm sure a lot of the leaders here also have, health is only our own wealth, and that's what we got to manage best. And that brings me to the next question again. And again, I have all these cards because they have been collected from the floor, but we'll still have time for your Q&A, so be ready with your questions. Though I know it's not a gender, we are not living in a world where, we got to divide responsibilities as men and women and the traditional ways, but motherhood is still special to women. And you are such a loving mother as we see you. Your message on motherhood, and how does it make you feel as a person, and how do you really enjoy it?
Yeah, I enjoy being a mother. Yeah, I mean, I guess you all also enjoy being mothers. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think, again, it is one of my many responsibilities. I think I'm a good mother. I'm certainly not an obsessive mother. My world does not revolve around my children. Okay? And I don't want my children's world also to revolve around me. Please. It's okay. So I think it's important to they have their own personalities, they'll have their own interests. And again, I can only reflect on my upbringing. My parents were very good parents, but their world did not revolve around me, which is really good because they were also pursuing their own stuff. And seeing them being so highly ambitious was very motivating for me. So it's okay. Whatever your interest is, yeah. Just even parenting is about balance.
Very true. There's a question from the floor. Your favorite film or a book?
My favorite film, which I've watched, of course, my favorite film series, which I'm obsessed about, and everybody over here who's in HCL knows, is like I'm a crazy Star Wars fan. Like crazy Star Wars fan. A Star Wars geek. Even my kids think I'm weird. But like the day I delivered Jahan, my second kid, I was in labor in the morning. At 10 a.m., I went to watch this new Star Wars film release. Then I went back home. Then I went to the hospital and then I delivered him. Okay? So I was like, Jahan, damn good timing, man. But so I'm a crazy Star Wars fan. So that's my favorite film. Favorite book? I'm not such a reader. I have to be very guilty of that. Maybe I read 1 or 2 books in a year, but I don't get time. Now see, this is time management and I'm okay with it. Some people are great readers. I'm not. That's my shortcoming. Chalta hai. Theek hai. Koi baat nahi. But an amazing book that I've read is by Alan Root. It's called Ivory, Apes and Peacock. He's the father of wildlife documentary filmmaking. Like in the 50s and 60s and 70s. Crazy man. He just died a couple of years ago. He was 95 in Kenya. And I don't even think the book is in circulation anymore. It's a really old book. Sometimes you see it on Amazon, sometimes not. It's a slow read. It's a tough read, but it's an amazing book. What a life. Oh my God, you read that and you're like, is pe picture banni chahiye.
So anybody who is a story writer, you have a story and then the documentary and the film. Another curiosity, of course, which we were kind of, yesterday, what questions for Roshni? And so we thought, who's your favorite leader?
My favorite leader is only who I've seen all my life, Mr. Nader.
Would you like
I could say Mahatma Gandhi, but I think that's everybody's, no? So, no, for me, I'm very clear that you can only be inspired by people who hopefully are in your grasp and you can touch and feel. So, I've been privileged to live with the giant. So, you saw.
Would you like to share something about his leadership style that impressed you the most?
I don't know, Raj knows this. You either survive the school of Shiv Nader or you don't. I can't put it in words, but you really, it's his leadership is a vidyalaya. It's life learning. You learn. You spend so much time with him. He's a very understated human being, as you know. He's very quiet. He doesn't come in the media at all. So really, I have a very difficult way to share with you because you either have to experience him or you won't.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Roshni, for that. And this dialogue we set up with you each year to set our own priorities, and that becomes guidance for the coming year. And this time we are deciding, of course, we are yet to consult with our partners to match perhaps with the January board of HCL Tech, the PFC, so that we can invite some of them. So next PFC could be in January 2024 only. We may have to leave 23 out because this time we were derailed because of the pandemic and opening up, etc. So But till then, lots is going to happen. We'll get global, the agenda will also kind of, we have lots to take from here to the global agenda, likewise learn from there, and basically just have this Karma grow global, and the community of practice will only grow. What is your advice? What are those 2 or 3 things which you think we can build upon what we have done here over a decade, both for India subcontinent as well as the larger CSR agenda that we are weaving right now?
So again, I think that you don't need to add anything new, because I also feel that a lot of organizations get in the trap of breadth. You know, itna karna chahiye. Ab ye kar liya, ab aur karna chahiye, ab aur karna chahiye. And I think that where the Shivnada Foundation or even HCL or where the HCL Foundation really draws its strength from is depth. So I would actually say that, you know, whatever you're doing, just get deeper into it. I mean, if you think that you've already made a lot of impact, then the needle should shift. But let's be honest, the needle is not shifting as fast as we'd like it to. So I'd say just go deeper, you know, and breadth will take care of itself. And as far as our global CSR is concerned, I think, I mean, Nidhi is more in line with it. It's geographically, of course, HCL Tech is present in 54 countries, out of which I would say about 20 to 25 countries are our large geographies. So I think a lot of them are, you know, are reading about what's happening with HCL Foundation in India. So they're really keen. So I think that if we can actually create for you as partners, maybe some partnership models and best practices sharing with organizations in those geographies, you'll get to actually teach them a lot. Because I think there's matter of scale, there's matter of breadth, there's matter of depth, there's matter of impact. There's no other place in the world like India where you can actually do it. So I think that global CSR actually has a lot more to learn from us, not the other way. So, and I'm sure that at places like HCL Foundation, we have amazing practices we can share. So yeah,
Thank you, and I'll now open the floor for questions from audience, if there are any. And okay, we already have few hands up, so so we'll have limited time for this, so let's kind of be ready with the questions, and mics ready, please.
Thank you, Roshni ji. My name is Sanjay Gupta from Chetna NGO. You might have witnessed Nanne Parinde van moving in the Noida. So my question is about, we have witnessed your beautiful film in the morning, and where we have talked about supercharging progress. So how these 3 words, what is the background, who, either your team or you, who had thought about these words, and why these 3 only? Why not like supercharging something else? Why only progress?
I think I think the thing with supercharging progress is it's very humble. It's very humble because you're not assuming that other organizations are not progressing. They're progressing. You're also not assuming that the other organizations are charged. They're charged. So then what can HCL Tech do for you? We can just supercharge your progress. You know, that's it. And we've said supercharging progress through our people and technology. We never said our people and our technology. The world is much bigger, you know, and I think it's also very important to say that you're supercharging progress for other organizations who are already doing a lot of good work. That doesn't mean you're changing the world. You're actually empowering them and making them stronger. I think we do that with our NGO partners. We also do that with our customers and clients. We also do it in partnership with other companies. So I think that with your brand positioning, it's also important to be very strong, but it's important to be very humble and honest about what you can do and also not what you can do. I mean, if I said that, you know, we at HCL Tech are changing the world and changing lives, I mean, somebody can also say, Acha, you know, it's like more like a election campaign than actually a company positioning. So I think that we have to be very honest, and I think it's a very honest, trademarks, supercharging progress, and I didn't come up with it. We have an amazing team led by Jill Corey, who's our CMO, and lots of people. And again, I think this was, again, Nidhi knows this, but this was also a big team exercise. It's not like I decided or, CVK, our CEO, C. Vijay Kumar decided. No, we went through rounds and rounds. We had discussions with, what customers and clients felt about it, what our own employees felt about it. I mean, brand evolution doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. And it's also something that people have to get behind, right? You've got 220,000 people, employees, plus all of you and your organizations. Something that rolls off the tongue, no? You have to want to believe it, So, yeah.
And as Rushni said, I was a part of the exercise, and the CSR community was consulted. And, supercharging progress very much applies to us because we are working towards the SDGs, and all we need to do is now real supercharged work because 2030 is not far. People and, planet being clear verticals there, communities and planet. So it really went very, very well, and there were massive surveys and ownership now across, as you can see, how quickly it has just spread across the group and across the partners. Any more? Okay, sorry, we're not able to see you. Sure.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Ramesh from Banyan Academy, Tamil Nadu. So today the world is divided between those who are working for themselves and those who are concerned about others. How can we shift this? Because the number of people concerning about others is coming down. Just a thought.
I think, firstly, you have to acknowledge working for yourself is not bad. I mean, after all, you all are part of your NGO communities. Why are you doing what you're doing? Because you get up every morning, before impacting other people, it makes you feel good. Be very honest about that. So I think there's too much of this also, I work for myself versus should I be working for others? I think there's a fine line. I can assure you, when Mr. Nada started HCL at the age of 30, he was working for himself. Okay. And somewhere along the line, when he started feeling much more confident about himself, much more confident in what HCL could do, then he forayed into what he could do for others. So I think I almost feel like working for yourself in not the pure capitalistic way, but much more in the personal growth way, is almost necessary to work for others. Because you should know your strengths and weaknesses, and you should be very honest with yourself. So the working for yourself versus working for others, I wouldn't put it into buckets of capitalists and socialists. I would put it much more in buckets of self-growth versus, impact.
Hi, Roshni. I have a question. You talked about deepening the impact that HCL Foundation is doing. We've just completed our 10 years. Where do you want to see HCL Foundation in the next 10 years?
I don't know. I don't give future statements. And I really truly believe that. Because sitting in 2019, every person, every media person, everybody would have asked every rock star CEO, what does the future look like? They would have all given all their gyan, and exactly 6 months later, COVID hit, and the world had gone upside down. I don't think you should ever tempt fate, and I don't think that you should ever comment on future because that's not in your control. What's in my control is today. हम आज करेंगे, कल देखेंगे.
Yeah, ma'am.
We have more. Okay, yeah, please.
Hi, Roshni. It's Parminder Gill from Sports Village Foundation. It's always a treat to listen to you.
Loud.
Always a treat to listen to you. Very refreshing.
Thank you
for that. Question is that you mentioned about the entrepreneurial culture of HCL. Now, I can visualize Mr. Nada doing that with 300 people decades back. How do you see that when you walk into a $11 billion organization, 200,000 people? Should you even attempt prophesizing entrepreneurship? In what manner do you look at that?
Yeah, but see, Mr. Nada wasn't doing it in a room full of 300 people. And even today, I mean, apart from this kind of setting, you're not in a room full of 300 people. The thing about entrepreneurship is it can be done in the smallest of settings. So I think it's even like being in a meeting, a manager's in a meeting with 10 of his team members, and you allow them to actually take lead in a presentation. You're automatically helping some entrepreneurial skill of theirs, which is confidence, public speaking, pitching an idea, getting other people's opinions. So I think that, over the course of his 45 years of career, he's touched, I think, enough people in HCL Tech who can then, take it forward. I think entrepreneurship in very large organizations is catalytic. Is it always perfect? No. Are there going to be parts of HCL Tech which are less entrepreneurial than others? I'm sure. But I think the tone from the top, like for example, I think HCL Tech today in our industry is the biggest risk-taking industry. I mean, biggest risk-taking company. Risk-taking is a very entrepreneurial thing where we do acquisitions, we come up with new business lines, we're almost maniacal, a bit chaotic also sometimes. All these are entrepreneurial cultural fabrics. So not all, but I'm sure that it's still there in different ways. And in different geographies, it's of course very different. Yeah.
Okay, we can take, I have to check with the host team time-wise. Maybe we take one more, if that's okay, Roshni. We just, okay.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you so much for your, inspiring talk. I just wanted to talk about the thing that you mentioned that, you believe in giving a lot of freedom to your employees. And along with that, in the morning, we had a session, we were talking about extensive processes that HCL follows. How does these two go hand in hand, and what are the challenges you face?
I think freedom doesn't mean lack of process. I think that's I think that's also very fair. Because if that is the problem is, that is a very, baby boomer statement. So then you're commenting on every student of today and saying, yeah, these guys are so free and they only want free, they're not going to do anything in life. That's not true, right? They're young entrepreneurs who are in their 20s and 30s doing amazing stuff, and they've come from literally blue ocean thinking, where there were no boundaries. So I think that processes are important to get results, but the freedom has to be freedom of thinking. First, you have to actually have the freedom to say the impossible is possible. Ab possible kaise banana hai? Acha uske liye process likho. So I think that, again, freedom doesn't mean that you can be all over the countryside. Freedom means that you just have freedom of thought, and that's how you kind of empower. Freedom means creativity. Eventually an artist is completely free in the way he or she thinks. But then when they translate it in a 2 feet by 2 feet canvas. There's a process, there's a boundary. So be free, think wide, and then put it into processes.
I'm getting a buzzer from that side, so we have to close the dialogue for this year, but we will have it again for sure. Let me thank you, Roshni, on behalf of 200 NGO leaders. As many, we just had a seating capacity of 430, but I see more, a lot of people standing there also. And again, warm wishes from all over the country, from more than 20 states represented in this room. We had a lovely spotlight session yesterday with our own program participants, and I can say that 2 of them had traveled on train for the first time. This is the unmet need in our country. So while at one stage lots is happening, lots of growth, but we all represent that part where we got to be doing more and more. And thank you for giving us that opportunity and freedom of thinking, as well as establishing our own processes to work around them. Let us say thank you to Roshni and we also hand over, I think they have few things for us to do, and hand over the stage back to our lovely anchors.
Thank you, Roshni. These insights into your approach to work and life motivates us all, and we thank you for taking time out. It means a lot to us. Now I request Ms. Roshni to unveil HCL Foundation Annual Report 2021-2022, please. Thank you. It is time for awards now. The awards that are presented are for Best Governance and Best Partner. I will request NGO leadership to come on stage while I announce the awards. So the Best Governance stands for timely submission of reports, minimum financial queries in reports, good M&E framework, compliances on policies, and clean audit reports. So we first invite Give Me Trees Trust. They're working with HCL Harith and are operating in Noida and Lucknow. We're also celebrating 5 years of Sorkha with them. I would also request Dr. Shantanu Basu, Project Director, to join the team, please. Come. Now we invite She Hopes and Keystone Foundation. We can have a good round of applause for them, please. She Hopes. They're sharing this award. She Hopes operates in Kashmir under Health Vertical, while Keystone Foundation operates in Kotagiri, Tamil Nadu under Environment. They're working with HCL Grant, and I would invite HCL Grant team, Anuj and Rahul, managing the partnership for Grant, on stage, please. Next will be Suham Trust and Grey Sims Learning Foundation. Suham Trust works with Uday under Health Vertical and operates in Madurai. Grey Sims Learning Foundation is working with Uday under Skill Development Vertical. They're operating in Lucknow and Chennai. I would also invite Dr. Chetna Tirthalle, Health Lead, Gaurav, Skill Development Lead, and Sam to come along as well. The next category is Best Partner. For this, we first invite End Poverty. They are working with HCL Samuday, operating in Hardoi. Their work is with dairy farmer capacity building under livelihood theme. I would also invite Mr. Alok Verma, Project Director, on stage, please. I would request Mr. Alok to stay back, please. Next up is Hand in Hand Inclusive. They're working with Clean Noida and support in making the Noida city the cleanest city. With this, I would also invite Mr. Mayank Chandra, Senior Lead Clean Noida, to come on stage as well. Last but not the least is Rasta. They are operating in Noida and they have received this award. They have received this award for engaging 250 volunteers, donating 700 plus hours, reaching out to 2,000 beneficiaries monthly. Inviting Ms. Simi Suri, Deputy General Manager, HCL Foundation, who is also leading the Power of One. Thank you. Handing over the stage to Aishwarya.
Technically, this is our first in-person PFC meet, and when we look back at two and a half years of the pandemic, one thing that stood out was our work. Our work didn't stop, it didn't slow down, it accelerated, and we understand that our focus at that point in time was health and education, but HCL had the foresight for the need for environment action, and that led to the birth of HCL Harit, which was a distinct flagship program, and that stems from your passion and vision for the planet. Thank you so much, Roshni, for your continued wisdom and support for the planet. And on behalf of all our partners, the entire team, students, our artisans, all the saplings, rescued puppies and kittens, we extend a heartfelt gratitude to you for your continued support and wisdom. As a token of our gratitude, we have our very own artisans from my Iyach, Ardoi district, Ms. Savitri and Ms. Nirmala Devi, to hand over the freshly handcrafted mementos. The mementos have a khadi spinning wheel from Thisar, Nagpur, plant-based cookies from Common Facilities Center promoted by Access Development Services, Noida, and a ladybird bug soft toy from Mon Ami Foundation, Noida, and a bamboo pen from Assam. Thank you so much. Can we have the video, please? The crafting video, please. This is a live footage of the crafted. Thank you. Thank you, Roshni. We request our participants to please be seated. We can also clap for Roshni. So we request our participants to reach the amphitheater for a group photo, requesting the HCL Foundation team to support them, please, which is followed by lunch.
Just a small request, please don't stop here and there chatting, because we have to organize all the 500 people in the amphitheater. So kind request, please immediately reach to the amphitheater so that we will have the photo along with Roshni. and give a good round of applause for all these volunteers, because they are not only doing their work at their workstation, but they are also come here to support us. And G. Kavya and Ashik from Madurai, Pushpendra and Ashish from Ashish from Lucknow, Tyagarajan from Chennai, Kanika, Gurish, Aditi, Abhishek, Rinki, and Abhay from Noida. Can we have all of them on the stage with their respective location heads or leads? Please come to the stage. Come, take the center stage, please. Okay, team, another round of good applause for all these key players. So they are part of our team. They do their tech work and also do in voluntary basis. They come for social activities. So I will take just 2 or 3 people from this whole lot of group. Maybe any one of you can share your experience, how you started Power of One activities, and what is your maybe your feelings and your yeah, please.
So hi everyone. So my name is Ashik. I'm from Madurai. So which inspired me a lot is social work. So from the schooling, I would like to join in social works. So that made me to join the volunteering activities in HCL Foundation. So I contributed my most of the time in foundation activities on weekends, like that Saturday and Sunday. It's my week off days. And even in weekdays, in the rest of the time that I'm just doing my, like watching cricket or something, at the time I used to go for the foundation, like NGOs, and supported a lot. So this gave me an good experience, like in the age of 20, I'm just 20 age. So in this young age, I would like to serve for everyone. That's the main reason that I came here. And most of them say like, most of these like ages, people will have a stage fear when they come to teach something like in front of stage. So this is my first big stage I'm speaking here. And thank you everyone for a great support, and I would like to really thank HCL Foundation and NGO partners for doing this kind of work to the people who are in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashik. Maybe one more person can go ahead. Maybe, yeah, that's.
Hi all, this is Shashikala Vishwanathan from Bangalore. I take care of Volvo in Bangalore GSSD as an HR. Almost 22 years in HCL. From the day one of the foundation, I'm supporting our foundation team. So hope I am really happy to support even more. And I think till now, whatever I supported, the power of one is one thing which reaches the right people. So please make sure not only our HCL employees are doing it. I want each and everybody, whomever you see outside also, that 1 rupee makes a difference for that person. So all the best. Thank you. Thanks for the foundation team for it.
Thank you, team. Okay, just. Maybe the last, please.
Hi everyone. Myself Kanika Ahuja from ERS WPC HR. Speak loudly.
Keep the mic closer.
Yeah. So this is Kanika from WPC HR ERS. I'm first of all really thanks to HCL Foundation entire team, HCL, to give us this opportunity to really serve the community for the good. And if you really think that you want to do something good in life, then just spare few minutes and get connected with the nature from your, the heart. That really works and speaks. That's all I want to say. I love HCL. Thanks to God.
Thank you.
Yeah, so keep supporting us. That's the only thing I want. Thanks.
Yes, the support they require is the volunteering opportunity that you create in the field. So please go back, sit, think what all volunteering opportunities that you can create for these wonderful people that are behind us. So they are capable of doing anything. Okay, so just create as many as possible volunteering opportunities with them. So just in applauding and congratulating them, can we all in the auditorium say power of one on the count of 3? Yes, we are going to say power of one on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Power of one. Okay, now Simi will felicitate all the volunteers who are on the stage. Simi, please. Thank you, Simi. We are joined by Mr. Alok and Mr. Yokesh for a photo opportunity with all our key volunteers here. So maybe we can come together. Maybe one row can kneel down. Volunteers, can you just go on your knees? Go on your knees, first row. Thank you, team.
Good afternoon, everyone. I understand that it's a session after lunch, so I just wanted to very quickly check the score. I know many of you are checking the scores, India and England semi-final match. Maybe before the session starts, just tell us what the score is. Anybody? Okay. Okay, thank you. So on that, we request you to just keep your phones on silence or not check it too much, because we have a very, very important session right now. Be it renewing your MOUs or, like for anything measuring impact. I think the crux of the work that we are doing is to understand how do we set smart goals, how do we set those objectives, and also the crucial part of any successful program is also in understanding how can we effectively monitor and evaluate impact and progress. So, and this is a very, very important session, and for that, we invite Ms. Nutan Zarpakar, Director WASH RTI Global India Private Limited, to come up on stage, please. I request Ms. Nutan to moderate the session and invite our other panelists.
Good, I can see my picture. Yeah, whichever way. Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Nutan, thank you so much. Is the PPT on? Yeah.
The backend team, can we have the deck on, please? Thank you.
Is the deck on? So I wanted to ask this question to all of you. I know it's an afternoon session. I know it's after a good lunch. So the question to all of you is, how is the Josh? I can't hear it. How is the Josh? Still can't hear it. How is the Josh? Good. So with that, and I know it is energetic, and I think as the other lady you spoke, the match is on. I'm requesting that if you want, our cricket match, which is the NGO World Cricket match, to go well and we to do well, I think this session is super duper important. So I'm requesting all of you to kindly pay attention as we really have eminent panelists with us. To set the context, me and my colleague were thinking that the session today is all about... How's the Josh? Oh. So I don't know what's wrong. I'm not an IT person. Maine bola na, how is the Josh? So today's session is, or the panel discussion is all about deepening impact and monitoring it. And me and my colleague were really discussing, it's a typical way of setting a context, okay? I speak something and the panel members speak something, and it was really our endeavor to see how we can do it differently. So what did we do? We looked out for cartoons. We looked out for cartoons in the impact space, in the deepening of impact space, to say, what are the cartoons trying to tell you? So I have the first cartoon with me. So what we did, we went around the corner, not to all of the members who are here, but to a lot of them to say, what does this picture mean? Yeah? These were some of the answers. This picture, to few of them, meant that identifying and involving the ones who need the most support is deepening, is for them deepening. Second important thing is programs that ensure sustained participation of beneficiaries. You have 100 people that is your target in the planning stage, and while you go down, on your project, you really find 20 people who have been really using that service. So that is what deepening meant to them. The third is really reaching to variety of needs of the poor. So that is what deepening really meant to them. I like this the most. And please tell me, whom did it come from? In God we trust, all others must bring data. Can you tell me who said that? It never came from HCL Foundation. No, but someone of them said that to me. It was their, we asked them what does monitoring mean? Oh, what does this mean? So few people said mountains of data means हमने बहुत काम किया है, ऐसा लिखता है. For some, it meant data simplification. For some, they said that, okay, quantity is good, but quality assessment is important. For them, some people said data should really tell the story. And for many others, they also said कि उतना ही data मांगो जहाँ पे हम decision making कर सकते हैं. Don't ask for a lot of data. This is interesting. Someone sang a song. They really sang a song saying, development world hai suhana, yahan kal kya ho kisne jana. The development world is really challenging, is really dynamic. And what is the M&E going to do? The M&E is going to help us to make those decisions. So that is also someone else said that M&E is useful only if it is timely used so that you can course correct. Now, while the ambition of HCL Foundation and its partners is really to deepen its impact and to monitor it, we really have with us a lot of eminent panelists with us, and I'm going to make sure that we get a lot of insights from them. So with that said, the structure of the session is going to be simple. I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to introduce my panel members. We'll have a question and answer session with them, and I'll leave the floor open to them, and then we'll wrap it up. So that it's as simple as that. So with that said, obviously I have not marked my introduction to the panelists. So I was really after the panel members in saying, yaar, mujhe itna lamba chauda, about your career mat batane do. Just tell me one thing that really speaks about you. While I'll give a formal introduction, but for me, Dr. Bhaskar Sinha came as a Baba of climate change. When I mean a Baba, he's a guru in the climate change space. So, but let me give a formal introduction to Dr. Bhaskar Sinha. He is really the Associate Professor and Chairperson of Center for Climate Change Studies at IIFM. And he has a PhD from JNU, and I'll soon do a PhD. And he also has a 15 years of work experience in research, consulting, and teaching. So welcome, Dr. Sinha. I have my dear friend, Parul, Parul and I go back many, many years. I think he is a person who stand very, very, what I would say, वो हिलते नहीं है जब तूफान आता है. So that is Parul Soni. He's a friend. He's always a guide to me. And I think one introduction for Parul is he really has worked across 54 countries and worked with several stakeholders, it may be a Fortune 500 company, or it can be an academic knowledge institutions or global alliances or industry associations. So that's Parul Soni. He doesn't need any more introduction. Finally, I have Professor Sarvanand Jaikumar. I think he was here with us. Okay. So Sarvanand is an assistant professor with Indian Institute of Management. He is a faculty with the marketing group at IIM Calcutta. And during his tenure, he has developed and served as an incumbent director for analytics and digital marketing program for executive. And his research work is in the nexus of public diplomacy, development, and marketing. I never had one word to speak about him. I ask him a lot, but if you want to talk about yourself, one word, what that would be?
So the students usually call me Doctor of Social Media. So Dr. Social Media could be fun.
Thank you. How is the Josh? Kuch high nahi hai yaar. I'm asking the panelists, how is the Josh? Exactly. Good. So with that said, let me start the panel discussion. So thank you all for coming in. It's really a pleasure to connecting with all of you. I think a lot is really spoken about deepening impact. So this is a question for you, Parul, that what are some of the unspoken or hidden dimensions of deepening impact? That's number one. And number two is, what are some of the trends that you are observing as far as program deepening is concerned?
Thanks, Nutan. I think we all come from the sector which is the not-for-profit sector or the civil society. There are different dimensions and different names to the sector. पहले तो बहुत confusion होता था. मैं थोड़ा English और हिंदी दोनों में बोलूँगा कि foundation है, trust है, society है, क्या है. पहले तो कई साल लगे हमको ये समझाने में कि वो एक ही चीज़ है. Trust है, society है, Section 8 है. तो foundation अगर बोलेंगे तो वो अलग नहीं है. Why I'm talking about? Because these are all complexities which we have created. If you look at the whole issue of M&E, M&E is not new. Monitoring evaluation क्या है? Input, output, throughput, results and impact. When you look at the whole, the continuum of this as such, we are putting an input. Input क्या है? Input is resources, input can be money, it can be all that. उसको measure करने के लिए, we have to measure, and we want to know, if you put sugar in water and you want to know that, there is enough water, all of us, if we are all cooks, we know how much sugar has to be put, we know how it will work, all that. In development programming also, there is this kind of complex, or you can say there are simple things which are there. The whole thing of how will the programs be monitored. When it comes to monitoring kya hai? It's a supervision to see that if we have put the input, is the results or the entire output coming or not. To measure that, there are different tools, and these tools can be scientific. There are, when we started our development, work, we had the entire thinking of log frame. To see log frame banana hai. So hum kehte hain log frame kaise banega? So first of all, stakeholder assessment karo. Stakeholder, do the entire mapping of stakeholders. Do a problem statement. Do objective analysis. Then plot it into a results framework. So that was the thinking, and still it was the thinking. The US perspective, because you come from a US organization, it was more on to say that, the log frame was turned differently. And these days, we are talking about the theory of change. Nothing is different. It's all the same. It's the same stakeholders, it's the same beneficiaries. It's the only thing is that things are changing, the perspectives are changing to see that everybody wants to see the change happening. So that change is then put into a very simple terminology to say M&E, or you can say the meal, which is monitoring, evaluation, and learning. So how do we learn from it? So these are basically all that. And your questions on, deepening, to say that, how this should be more put forward. What I need is, and that's my, recommendation to all the civil society organizations here, is that we have to involve the real beneficiaries. For example, in schools, because these are examples I want to give, in schools you have the PTA, which is the Parents Teacher Association. So with Save the Children, when my stint with Save the Children, we tried and we started working on Parent Teacher Students Association. Why did we do that? What was the need for students to be in that? Because we wanted the stakeholders. We are working for the students. We are working for the children. They should tell us, give us feedback. And that is the feed-forward feedback mechanism, is what is evaluation is all about. So I'll stop here. But what is important here is stakeholders are really, really important when it comes to deepening of the entire impact or deepening of the M&E part of it. And what are the trends? The trends are definitely government on CSR is mandated that we have to do an impact assessment. Anything more than 1 crore or upwards, we have to show that what kind of work we have done. And there is also third parties like us who are doing this kind of work. And this is how things are. But if we have to go a bit, in terms of deeper again on the entire thinking of trends, there is also possibility that, we are doing a lot of work which is more on video recording, so to see how these beneficiaries are getting the benefit of it. Or there are also very transparent ways to look at that. So there is all the M&E and the entire thinking of it is all we have to bring in the whole transparency, that the money and the resources which we are putting in are judiciously and efficiently used for the benefit of the target group which the money or the resources have come from. It's very simple. So that's what my question is, and we can talk about it later and people can ask questions on that. Yeah.
Thanks, Parul. I would just add one thing to it, and this really came as an exercise when we were doing things, that nowadays I think Santosh spoke about linkage of sustainable, ESG and social sector. I would say a lot of investors out there are really looking for real impacts, and when they say real impacts, a lot of greenwashing is happening. Therefore, the trend which is really shaping up is how do you have really evidence to say your story? So that's what you talk about, transparency and evidence. Moving on, and this is a question for Professor Bhaskar, is why is impact monitoring becoming super important? Also, can you highlight some key trends only on the monitoring side?
Thank you. I think a lot have been talked more or less on this. Just to re-emphasize, I think the first word in management which we teach to our students, that anything which you can't measure, you can't manage. So therefore, if we are saying that we are managing anything, be it with natural resources, be it with assets, be it with money, we need to measure it how we are doing it. So that is the first thing. So from there it comes the entire thing, that what is monitoring, what is evaluation. So monitoring, we also do self-monitoring. The way we use our resources, and why it is important when we are talking of monitoring and evaluation, that when we are talking of the monitoring, it is for the self, more for the self-organization, self-learning. When we are talking of the evaluation, it is more to do with also the impact part. That what my effort, what my action, what my management is making that impact. So both are interrelated. At the same time, why it is important to answer that question, you will first, which you do through monitoring and evaluation, that you increase the accountability of the stakeholders, all the stakeholders. Stakeholders here, the donors also, people who are funding, they're also accountable, they are responsible, that if they are funding for a purpose of enhancing the livelihood opportunity or enhancing the education penetration of the slums. So they also need to see at the end what impact they have done. So first thing is that we are also measuring accountability, and when we define all this monitoring and evaluation framework right from very beginning, then we are also increasing the transparency. Transparency is important. also right from the inception, and also the way you are implementing. So all the processes are defined. And we are saying that, I mean, it is, when I say that it is for the self-learning, that the next thing is also that all what we monitor the program, all what we evaluate the program, how much of that monitoring evaluation gets into the feedback, into the loop for improving our own implementation. So if you have a very robust and very scientific monitoring and evaluation mechanism, then probably you could also have a very strong and efficient implementation mechanism and also very strong impact. So I think transparency, accountability, I mean efficiency, and also for the, if organization has to grow, like in the morning session I was sitting, I just joined today, I think there was a big discussion on this, how you manage the finances from the HCL team. I think they went on to explain for more than an hour and so. So why this is happening? This is also happening because for organization also they are evolving. I mean, things keep changing. I mean, the way you used to manage finances, the way you used to manage a portfolio on health, the way you used to manage a portfolio on environment, the way you used to manage a portfolio on, I mean, dairy, things have changed. Things have changed a lot. So therefore, I mean, if you have a consistent record of all this monitoring evaluation right from very beginning for all the stakeholders, I think it is, I mean, a wealth of informations which goes, I mean, to become, to make programs very effective, to make the impact very robust, and also to make the impact very sustainable. That's very, very important. And the next question, which I was saying that the key emerging trends, I think if you see, I mean, if you look at any UN agencies or a small NGOs, or for that matter HCL also, you'll find that everyone, they are talking of aligning with the SDGs goals, Millennium Development Goals. So if you look at even at the UN level, when Millennium Development Goals they all started with fixed target, defined target, that we will reduce the poverty by half by this date. We will reduce the, I mean, child mortality by half by this date. Okay, so, and then we are saying that it is all developmental goals. So I think the key trend is that all what you're doing, I mean, your objective, somewhere or others, it is leading to fulfillment of the larger goals of the country, of the organization, of the state, and also of the global. Because nowadays, I mean, I come from a background with the climate change. So if you talk of climate change, it is a global problem until unless every country, every individual contribute to it. No matter whatever one country, one individual does, it has no meaning. So therefore, all these actions, all those programs has to be programmed in such a manner that it is linked to your NDCs, that is national goals, SDGs, I mean state goals, state development goals, also I mean UN goals and other things. And you will find that all these programs at the state level, national levels, UN levels, every programs, they have a constant and they have a very dynamic feedback wherein you get an update that what is happening in this sector, which country, which state. So I think that becomes very, very important. And I think all what you do as a foundation like HCL, it does, I think there were like more than 200 NGOs working with HCLs on different verticals. So I think for an organization like HCL, it becomes very important to have a very creative and dynamic dashboard wherein, I mean, all those indicators of monitoring and evaluations of different sectors are well spelled out. And that is a dynamic world where the organization can see, the partners can see, and they also can learn from each other. So I think that is the, I mean, global trend. And with the use of technology, with the use of data science, with the use of analytics, this has become more and more powerful. Whatever answer you want, I mean, immediately you will get it. So, I mean, your knowledge, your monitoring, your evaluation, your data also has to be organized in such a manner that whoever is seeking an information based on his or her question, he should be able to make a query and get an answer, so that at every scale, at every level, and people have satisfactory answers based on your monitoring and evaluations, and they can contribute wherever, wherever, and whatever they want to do. Okay, so I'll stop here, and then maybe later we can.
Thank you, Professor Bhaskar. Professor Saravanan, what are the key principles for impact measurement that a foundation should consider?
That's an interesting question. So I think a part of it was covered by Parul and Dr. Bhaskar as well. So I wouldn't cover the same things that they actually spoke about, but let me take a different perspective on the same thing, right? So when we think about impact, it's very easy for us to get lost in the details, and it sounds very simple, measure impact of whatever something that you're doing. But all of us present here, not just in the panel, even the audience, that, it's not that simple a task. Right? Measuring impact is not as simple as it sounds, right? So because there are a lot of complexities, there are a lot of different things that can come in your way, and which can actually hamper the entire process. So certain things that you can keep in mind. So let me talk about a few examples that we've actually done in the past, and we'll talk about certain concepts as well based on that. Right. So, for instance, we've done a lot of programs. One of the programs, I think even some of the partners are also running similar programs where you do literacy projects, right? So where you're actually focusing on educating people, consumer literacy and entrepreneurship literacy and so on, right? So it's very easy for us to get lost in the details and say, you know what, last year we did a literacy program for 500 people. We have reached our target, right? But that was not the higher objective. The higher objective was, to give education to these people and then make sure that they, start some economic activity or they change their behavior in certain way, right? And then that results in some sort of a financial or economic well-being, right? So the higher impact should be measuring the change in their behavior. So what we end up doing is we look at our baseline. So as NGOs, we look at our baseline and say we started at 0. Now we have 1,000 literacy programs that we have done. But the end line and the baseline should be from the beneficiary's perspective, right? Where did they start? At the end of the program, where did they end up, right? So that will be the higher impact and a deeper impact, right? So for instance, in the literacy projects, we not only tracked how many people we actually gave education to, but we also went back to them and said, did they actually change their behavior? When they go to the shop, do they actually negotiate better? Do they store low value, low cost items a lot more, right? So that's the real impact, right? So right from the beginning, even before the project starts, you should have a very clear higher level objective, right? So this is a broader objective, and these are all the milestones that we are going to reach, and the metrics that we track is actually the process, right? But the higher level objective should always be in your mind when you're thinking about the impact, right? So another project that we ran was, distributing mobile phones to smartphones to rural women in the rural areas and disadvantaged locations. So it's very easy to say that, we distributed 2,000 mobile phones and then we are done. So that's the impact. But that's not the real impact, right? So the idea was to give them the smartphones, empower them, and ask them to, communicate with each other and engage in some sort of a purposeful communication. If you actually give them the smartphones and say, my job is done, they're actually going to use it for, just looking at videos or looking at, it's not purposeful usage. Then we actually went further and said, we are going to actually teach them how to use the mobile phone in a purposeful manner. They actually can communicate with everybody else, can learn certain crafts and activities, can learn stitching, for instance, right? And provide some stitching services to everybody around. Then you actually measure the impact. The impact is more in terms of how they are using their idle time. Are they actually using the mobiles in a purposeful manner, right? So a lot of time in terms of, when we think about audit, when we think about compliance, compliance metrics and so on, we just focus on how much have we distributed, how many programs have we done, what are the metrics in terms of number of people who actually reached out to. That was your baseline and your end line. But your actual baseline and end line should be where did the beneficiaries start and where did they actually end up, right? So that should be the primary driving principle, right, of measuring impact. When you take that route, it automatically becomes, the impact also becomes a lot more deeper, right? And some of the key things to keep in mind is even before the project starts, you should know clearly what to measure, right? The higher objective, what exactly you're going to measure. So you're going to measure before the program starts, and you're also actually going to measure after the program ends as well. So, or you need to have periodic measurements as well. So you have a pre and post measurement. So you can compare and say, this is where the beneficiary started. This is where they actually ended up being. This is how we are contributing to the overall sustainability goals, right? Rather than just mentioning that, we distributed 10,000 smartphones, right? So what is the use of that? What is the end impact of that particular, distribution? That has to be very, very clear, right? Another aspect to keep in mind when you're thinking about measuring impact is, so we've distributed the phones. So what, right? So what if people who don't have their telephones, who don't have a smartphones, also can actually become in the same manner in the same time period? So certain other things to keep in mind is, what the baseline could be a different group of people as well. So as academics, what we do is whenever we go into the field, we think of, two different groups. One is a baseline, another one is a treatment group. In the treatment group, we distribute the smartphones and we see how their life is changing compared to the baseline groups, how their lives are actually changing. Right? So when you're able to compare and contrast and say, in this time period, in the last 2 years, right, this is how this lives of these people have changed, whereas in the control group where we have not given the smartphones, right, their lives have actually gone from, point A to point B, whereas the improvement in the other group is actually quite high. This kind of gives you a very, very, objective metric of how the beneficiary's life actually changed. The other thing that we also do is, we don't leave the control group hanging, because after the program is done, it's unethical to actually have a control group and not give them the smartphones. We end up giving them the smartphones as well. We end up actually, whatever we learn from the other group, we are going to actually impart to that as well, impart to that group as well, right? So these are certain concepts, but there is a lot more to actually measuring impact. But the overall thing to keep in mind is the broader level objective, what is the higher objective, and what are you actually measuring from the beneficiary's side, right? That's what I would say, some of the key principles to keep in mind when I'm thinking about measuring impact. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you, Sarvanan. I have a question which is really complex. In any developmental project, it's not just one organization who is supporting a project. You will have multiple partners, maybe it government or other donor agencies who is working in the same area and working with the same objective. So this is a question for you, Professor Bhaskar, that how do you do attribution of the impact when there are multiple stakeholders involved, and how do you say that this agency's impact is so much?
Thank you. I think that's a very pertinent question. See, I think the first part we're trying to say that why this is important, and one of the important reason why monitoring evaluation is important, that we should be able to improve the efficiency of implementation and increase the impact. So if we were to do so, how do we do that? Let's say we are implementing 10 different things. Out of 10 different things, maybe 5 things will have impact or will have profound impact. Maybe 5 would be redundant. We need to identify those 5 which works, those 5 which doesn't work. And it's not one fit for all. So attribution becomes very, very important. I think if you look at the recent literature and this World Bank team and other things, they're saying that, all this theory of change and other things, the new word which we are saying, that input, throughput, output, that defines theory of change. But I think what is important that at one given point of time, in one particular place or in one particular sector, it is not that it is only one organization which is bringing the change. Okay, let's say if, you bring some interventions in a particular village A, that is a specific, but apart from that, over and above, there are already government machineries and other machineries which are working on the overall development for that particular village. Okay, so maybe one could say that, whether it is your contribution or government programs contributions. So that is the question which you are trying to ask. And I think that is something which we need to be very clear, so that we can increase our role in terms of bringing that super change which we were talking of. So let's say, I'll just explain with example. I'm sure that many of you would be very familiar with this literature. In the World Bank, they are calling that double difference methods or difference in difference method. So let's say, you are doing something. Let's say you are distributing drought resistant seeds to the farmers. Okay, and let's say a village has 100 households. Only 50 households, they have accepted or they have adopted your drought resistant seeds, whereas 50 have not. Okay. Now, if you were to do this impact evaluations after that session, then maybe, the yield of that particular farmer who has adopted your seeds has gone from 5 to 10, and maybe from others, like if you're looking at the end line, then from others it is let's say 6 only. So you are saying 10 minus 6, 4 is the attribution. That is wrong. So if you were to actually attribute that, what is your attribution, what is your causal relationship, in that case you will have to have case control and pre and post. So you have a sample. Let's say I have adopted your technology, okay, and then my yield has increased from 5 to 10. He has not adopted your technology. His yield has also increased from 5 to 7 because of good weather and good favorable conditions. Okay, so even if you would have not given me this seed, still my yield would have gone to 7. So actual attribution of your program, it is only 10 minus 7, that is 3, not 10 minus 5. Okay, so similarly, there would be many. So I think this becomes, in a typical, as you said that rightly, that in any sector or in any particular region, there are n number of multiple partners who are working on different aspects. And this all will have lots of synergistic effect. So I think the first and foremost thing that we divide all those indicators in two parts. One, we say at the process indicators, that, I mean, these are the list of activities which you are doing. And then you are saying that, okay, you have, I mean, worked on making carbon smart, you have worked on water smart, you have made them knowledge smart, you have made them energy smart. Okay, let's 4 or 5 different interventions. So these are the different interventions. So, and then you are saying that, okay, you have performed these activities. So on the process part, you have done it well. You have worked on all the 4 aspects. But when it comes to impact, then I need to see that what has been the change in terms of the water usage by the people. I need to see that what has been the change in terms of carbon reductions, I mean, based on the interventions which you have made. Okay, so that's a real impact. I mean, if you are saying that you are making overall development, what is the total impact in the total, I mean, economic or the livelihood? So those are the real impact. So, I mean, I think it is very important, and I think nowadays any proposal which even government they are asking, they're also asking that you have to define set of indicators and the process indicators and also your outcome indicators or impact indicators. Therefore, I mean, from day one, you know very clearly that how you are going to implement, while you are going to be measured by the implementation, and you are also going to be measured for your impact. So I think those 2 things have to be differentiated from different programs, and it is only then you know that what is the actual, you know, contribution of that particular programs. Otherwise, your program will, I mean, go haywire. I mean, you will spend money, but it will not have impact. I'll give you another example. I mean, there was one study which I studied in somewhere in some parts of Africa. I mean, entire region was hit with cholera. So they thought that this is because of the water. So they said that, okay, I mean, how many 1,000 households? So we'll give 1,000 water purification. What is that? I mean, water purification system. They installed all that. After 1 year, the cholera patient was still rising. Okay. Then they realized that, okay, I mean, if you are giving them water purification system, but if they don't have electricity, for them it is of no use. Right? So ultimately, after the second round, I mean, they thought that, okay, if we were to, you know, get rid of this cholera, then they distributed all these pills, the chlorine pills, that they can use it very freely. Even that did not bring. So they thought that the only way you have to treat the source. So the only source from which they get this water was well and ponds. They said that, okay, instead of doing this each household and other things, I mean, change their habit, it is better that we keep and we sanitize and we treat the entire well, the entire source itself, and the cholera came down. So if you have such target-driven approach for your impact evaluations and the process evaluations, then your interventions, I mean, even 5 penny can bring difference of, I mean, $50, or otherwise even $50 cannot bring the impact of 5 penny. So that's the thing. So those difference, I think we as a professional, we need to know right from very beginning, what are we spending on, where are we spending, how are we spending, and for that, I think effective monitoring and evaluation mechanism has to be in place right from very beginning. Thank you.
Saravanan, this is for you. You know, when he talked about the effective monitoring, technology age is there, and what can you talk about technology use, both in the deepening aspect as well as the monitoring aspect?
Yeah, definitely. Right. So I think some of the aspects were already covered by Dr. Bhaskar in terms of analytics and the use of data and so on. But when we talk about technology, I think sometimes we have a huge misunderstanding. We start with technology and then we go into deploying projects. It should be the other way around. You're starting with an objective. You have a very clear objective. You have a baseline. You have an end line. You have a particular process and outcome. Then you figure out how technology can actually make it a lot more easier and simpler, right? How can actually technology enhance all this entire process and make it much more efficient? So that is the way one should, I would say ideally, it's not the right word, but yeah, one should ideally look at technology. But yeah, now that we have a lot of access to, even in the rural areas, people have access to smartphones, people have access to internet and so on. It makes it a lot more easier to figure out, measure impact using technology, right? So simple metrics like, what is the usage of internet on a daily basis, on what did they actually use on, what did they actually learn on a daily basis. These things we were not able to track in the earlier stages, but now we can actually track it with the consent of the participants, of course, right? And technology has made it much more easier for us to evaluate impact as well. So in the same example that I mentioned, where we are providing them literacy projects, So those literacy, we didn't actually have to go in person and deliver them. We recorded the videos. We actually, got a lot of agents on the ground. We asked them to go in and showcase all these videos to people and circulate the videos in WhatsApp and so on, and track how many people actually viewed those literacy programs and what did they actually end up doing it. And immediately we went ahead and created WhatsApp groups of all the people who viewed in a particular region. We were able to track what kind of conversation was going on, what did they learn from it. There was a lot of cross-fertilization of ideas and so on and so forth. This was not possible earlier, right? So 15, 20 years ago, what we call as, there was a subsistence marketplace initiative that was set up in India as well as in US. And they had a lot of difficulty in monitoring all these literacy programs, right? So what is the impact of this? We're going on the ground, we're giving them a lot of literacy programs. Are they even talking about it? Are they actually using it effectively in their lives and so on? But now it's become a lot more easier for us to track it, right? So to start with, again, I'll go back to the same point of, having a higher level objective, having the entire process, input, the process, outcome in place. How are you actually going to measure the impact? Then you figure out, where can technology come in? How can you leverage technology to monitor every single process along the way? How can it actually enhance or bring efficiency to the process? That's how I would typically approach, using technology in the impact measurement. Yeah.
Your answer was much more on the technology side or the hardware side or the, my question to Parul is really on the softer aspects. And I always believe, and I think Roshni and Nidhi spoke during the last conversation, that the change has to happen from within, first from within, and then obviously you can take it to the world. Yeah. How do you feel that community participation is really important, not only in terms of engaging them into the program, also for their sustained participation, and most importantly for sustainability of the program? Because any foundation, any donor cannot be funding a program over a certain period of time. So the softer aspects, according to me, are super duper important. So your views on that, Parul?
So Nutan, I think whatever we spoke, we have esteemed professors there. I'm not a professor, I'm not a PhD. But nothing will be possible if the community is not with you. I'll tell you a story, and a very deep story. I think, there are a couple of people who worked with me. When tsunami happened, and this was 26th of December 2004, and it's live still in my heart and, in eyes. I was the first one from the Save the Children family as a country director to reach. There, the community were devastated. There was no community in some of the villages. There were some children somewhere, they were the community for us. And when we started interacting with the children and the parents and all that, the community needs were very different. When I'm talking about now the community contribution, participation, and the thinking of when you're talking about M&E, how the whole community is important when it comes to setting the targets. He spoke about baseline. When there is no baseline, what should we do? There is no midline. There is no end line because people don't document. The problems are so complex as such. The community plays a very big role because community, we do a visualization exercise. उस दिन जब ये हुआ था, जब आपको contribution शुरू हुआ, बच्चों की पढ़ाई शुरू हुई, पाठशाला लगी, क्लासरूम हुआ, स्कूल हुआ, तो क्या था, कितने बच्चे थे, कोई रिकॉर्ड नहीं रखता. तो यहाँ पर the main thing is how should we use the constituency. Now I'm not using the word political constituency. I'm using the word constituency in a way that the people who we are working with. I'll tell you another, a thing. I used to, I was head of program for Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. हम पानी का बहुत काम करते थे, water harvesting, So वहाँ क्या था कि हमारे पास बहुत बड़ा grant था और वहाँ हमने we started working with the villages. So a lot of people, thought that we will do the work and we are coming from outside and we will implement that work and, My entire, emphasis at that time was that we need 33% of the contribution from the villagers. Means that we will not work in the villages till we will make a VDC, which is the Village Development Committee. And with that Village Development Committee, we will raise 33% of cash contribution, means money in the bank of the VDC. Why did we do? Because the thing is that people have to own that project. When you're talking about sustainability, it comes from day one, from the grassroots where they own the asset. You know, you're talking about internet, you're talking about phones. When people, you know, Nokia gave me 5,000 phones in tsunami. Nothing was used, sir. Because the problem was there was no tower there in Nagapattinam and all that. So that we have to also educate the donors to say that हमको चाहिए क्या. वहाँ पर tsunami में, you know, people were asking of steel bartan. They were saying, give us steel utensils. We had no steel utensils. We had plastic utensils, the ghadas and what we were, because we thought that there is the need is this. So I'm saying the complexity of, so constituency becomes very important. The second point is how to engage the community, engaging the community. What happens is, you know, we have all our friends here on civil society. They start very well, but they don't engage with the community. They don't engage with the people. So they become government. They become the same what government is doing, is to say that एक scheme लगा दो, or DBT, which is direct benefit transfer scheme, people will benefit it, but the penetration of that DBT scheme is 30% or 25%. Okay. The third is from the entire thinking about how will you define what you need. The whole, he spoke about the baseline, the need assessment. This has to be done before that, all that. And that is also be done in the village with the people, defining the need that what they want. Sometimes we feel we make a program, what we want, what they don't want. They are happy there, but we are not happy. We want to take something to them. You know, that's also a complexity. ठीक है ना, हम गांव यहाँ दिल्ली में नहीं हम वहाँ तो इंटरनेट होना ही चाहिए. नहीं, मैं चूरू में वहाँ गांव में होगा, हम लेके जाएंगे. वहाँ लोग बहुत दुखी हैं. वो दुखी नहीं है, हम दुखी हैं. ठीक है ना. सो हम अपनी नीड क्रिएट करते हैं और वहां जाके बोलते हैं कि ये नीड है. वो कहता है नहीं, ये नीड नहीं है. नहीं, हम वैलिडेट करेंगे, हम बेसलाइन करेंगे, हम मिडलाइन करेंगे, हम हेडलाइन करेंगे. नहीं, आपको नीड है. सो ये भी एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है. तो यही है जो हम वहां जाएं, गांव वाले के साथ बैठें, और हम ये भेदभाव क्यों करें कि हम शहर से और वो गांव से. वो भी तो उतना बड़ा इंसान है. तो ये सारी चीजें तभी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो सकती है. और इतनी कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी में, सर सॉरी, बुरा मत मानना, डोंट फील बैड. यू नो, आपने इतनी सारी चीजें बताई ना, मेरे को थोड़ा कम समझ आई. ठीक है, हाँ. क्योंकि क्या है कि इतनी नई टेक्निक्स आ रही हैं, इतने नए सॉफ्टवेयर आ रहे हैं. मैं मार्केट में व्हेन वी डू द स्कैनिंग, देयर इज वन कंपनी विच इज गिविंग, यू नो, ऑटोमाइज्ड MNE, MEL सॉफ्टवेयर. जब तक वो समझ आता है, नया आ जाता है. You know, फिर उसके बाद वो कहते हैं नहीं, एवरीथिंग शुड बी टेक्नोलॉजी, आप डालो. पर गांव में टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करने वाला कोई नहीं है. इनपुट तो वो आएगा, कचरा जो वो डालेगा, हम कैसे उसकी क्लीनिंग करेंगे. एंड दिस अ वेरी बिग इशू इन द मॉनिटरिंग एवेल्युएशन. यू विल नो दैट. सो ये सारी चीजें हैं. दूसरा, लर्निंग नहीं लगाते. मॉनिटरिंग एवेल्युएशन लर्निंग है. देयर इज सो मच लर्निंग इन द हार्ड डिस्क, सर. There is learning in the hard disk, not in with us, because we collect data only because there is money of 3 lakhs or 5 lakhs or 6 lakhs in that project for data collection. But we do not use that data for intuitive decision making or decision making as such. मैं practical problem बता रहा हूँ. ये अगर आप सारी चीजों को solve नहीं करोगे, crap in and crap out. I am a frank person. I tell my clients also that the thing is, if you have to be practical, you have to be sustainable, you have to think through the whole process, you have to really think about practical ways of life. The complexities we are creating in offices, not at the grassroots. So that's my simple and a complex answer, ma'am.
Thank you. I think I will leave the session now for any questions from the audience. And I'm cognizant of the time also, so 5 minutes? Yeah. Any question?
Hi, my name is Shubha. I have a couple of questions. One is that, doing qualitative kind of assessment to reach what you were talking about, like the higher question. So you do an awareness program. I think I have the voice that doesn't mean. Okay. So thanks, that helps. So if you do an awareness program, say on gender roles, and immediately after that you might find that people have a little better understanding or whatever, but the bigger question is there a change in gender norms? You know, there's not enough to just do this. But A, that takes some time and it won't happen at the end of one program. B is it's very time and resource, you know, it needs a lot. You need to do focus group discussions, etc., etc. Most funders don't give you money for that. So what are the ready, you know, the rough and ready methods that many of us who are not professionals, I mean, we're doing 100 other things and one of them is this, then how do we, any rough and ready methods that you can use? And the second question I had is that oftentimes impacts are complex depending on who you are and what you are. Like we know about the stall-fed cows that in terms of income in Africa, it went up. But if you looked at it from a gender perspective, it added more work for women rather than the other kind of local cows or the environmental damage that stall-fed cows do. So how do you bring in complexities into kind of, you know, impact evaluation? Because otherwise it tends to be very simplistic and unidimensional or but two-dimensional, let's say. So those are my questions. Thanks. Just to say I'm struggling with all of this and therefore the question.
Yeah, hi. So I'll take your first question, right? So when you're talking about, so you are doing a, gender norm program, or it could be a qualitative, program that you're actually doing, right? So I met a gentleman in the morning, so from Jammu and Kashmir, who's actually working on domestic violence as well, right? Yeah. So those who are actually working on a case-by-case basis, right? So you're actually documenting every single case and so on. That's much more qualitative in nature. Yeah, that I completely understand. But at the end of the program, right? So what is the overall impact as the domestic violence come down, right? So that's basically the whole point, right? So otherwise you're actually, all you're doing is, some sort of patchwork. So whatever has happened already, you're trying to sort it out or helping them. But how do you actually measure whether the domestic violence has actually come down, right? If you go to the households and ask them, do you have domestic violence in the house? They're going to say no, right? No matter what is happening inside, they're going to say no. So there are some intuitive ways, there are some different ways to actually measure in that community what exactly is the domestic violence rate and so on. So there are certain established methods and so on that we actually use. For instance, rather than asking them, what kind of domestic violence do you have in your house? As a community, do you think domestic violence is prevalent here? So you change the perspective, you put it as a third person perspective, and you're asking an indirect question. And overall, at a community level, you can actually gauge and see what is the level of domestic violence. Right, so these things actually have to be planned before even the program starts. So when you're talking about gender norms, obviously it's not going to happen overnight, right? So it's not going to be because you did a program yesterday and it's actually going to have an impact within a couple of days. So what are the mechanisms have you put in place to track over a period of time have the gender norms actually have changed, right? So after a period in time, can we actually go back and talk to them? Or what are the follow-up mechanisms that we have in terms of, even the focus group discussions, how periodically are you conducting them? I know there are resource constraints, but you'll have to work around them, right? So there is no other way of actually measuring impact. If you have to look at the long-term impact, obviously we'll have to work around the resource constraints. There are simpler ways to reduce the cost and figure out, how can I actually conduct a focus group discussion and figure out what has been the impact so long? Are they actually, adopting what we actually taught them, right? And so on. Right, so there are certain methods that we can use, so that you'll have to work around. The resource constraint is always there. It's never going to be not there. Yeah.
Ma'am, I think if we have to solve this problem of gender, I'm saying, as women feel not empowered and all, we have to get more money in the hands of women. Everything will change. So personally, my philosophy is that we have to make all the women wealth creators. They have to leave their houses and they have to do something which is, so the problem can only be solved when they will become the wealth creators, and we will feel, and we all will do equal in terms of, and there should be no men and women, from that perspective. Because we have debated so much on this issue of gender, violence, because he has given the whole thinking about, how to assess. He's correct. When you ask anyone in the house that, do you beat your wife? What will be the answer? I'm just saying. So I'm thinking we have to really work towards empowerment, economic empowerment, entrepreneurship, and looking at how women will change the role in the society as such. So that's my, not that answer, but, this is what I feel. The economic empowerment is a bigger answer.
Yeah. I won't answer this question from gender perspective, but I think you are very right, because many of the activities which you do will not have immediate impact. So therefore we need to understand, or therefore people ask questions that, and what is the use of this, making a awareness campaign and other things. I'll give you two examples. Look at the state of Bihar. I mean, the population or the birth rate was more than 3%. One World Bank teams, they are making a presentation in front of Chief Minister and other senior bureaucrats. And they said that the only way you can bring down this population rate, that if there is a world level data which says that if girls are educated till class 12th, then there is a sharp decrease in the birth rate or the productivity rate. So till then, and that was the day, the Chief Minister said that we'll do everything possible to make sure that all the girls of our state are educated till 12th. So all Posak Yojana, free, now you have, I mean, for girls, I mean, education is free up till colleges and things. Now, I mean, that time you could have, I mean, one could have told that it was all pump and sow for the election. But now the recent census, it says that the population growth rate has actually come down significantly. So, I mean, there are certain impacts, especially in terms of, you're talking of awareness, in terms of, you're talking of the gender empowerment and other things. Maybe you cannot, you will also have to understand the time frame which it has to have, the gestation period, in terms of making the actual impact. If making those impact was so simple, then we would have eradicated poverty by now. The world would have been free of hunger. That doesn't work that way. Other example I'll give you, like, I mean, the one big program the government of India started, that is called MG Narega. I'm sure everyone must do. HCL works very closely with MG Narega implementation in many places, which I've seen. They have done wonderful work. So I was right from very beginning as a professional institutional network partner for this under MORD. So the government was very clear. They said that our job is to create employment. So each time there was presentations, people were, bombarding with questions that because of this Narega, the wage rates have gone down, agriculture has come down, a lot of other problems and other things. And the government was pretty clear. They said that our act says that we will create employment. So if you look at that initial phase, a lot of road constructions, even where it was not required. Because this was a program which was, from the bottom. The demand was coming from the panchayat, that what is that which they want to do. So the next phase government says that, okay, we are done with that phase. So the next phase started, wherein the government was keen that we will transform these programs. Instead of just creating asset, we will also make sure that assets created under Narega are sustainable. So it is not just creating a pond, but where the pond should be created so that sustainability of water flow is for a longer duration. So I think, this development process and some programs, impacts and other things, especially education, gender and other things, it has performed impact. And my knowledge, education is the only things which keeps, which changes society from one to other level. But it takes time, and it also has to have a lot of enabling condition. So therefore, we should keep doing all those awareness programs which we are doing related to gender. But in terms of expecting result in a very short span of time, and it should not be discouraged. I think it takes time, but it does have wonderful, and it is important and key for any development or sustainable issues. Thank you.
Ma'am, I had a humble submission, a very small submission. Oh. So I am Hina. I represent an organization called Spare India, which is a national coalition working on interagency coordination, collaborative advocacy, training, capacity building, with an overarching principle of lending accountability to the most affected and at-risk people. When we're talking about deepening impact, I find that it's directly proportional to this term accountability. And in the morning, we've had a session on transparency and accountability. But accountability to NGOs, we've spoken about it, to government authorities, we've spoken about it. But I think the paramount accountability which is there is to the community, to the at-risk population. How many times do we think about setting up benchmarks for building these accountabilities in the community, to establish a two-way communication with communities, to talk about complaint and feedback mechanisms, real-time feedback mechanisms, which we set out in the communities, and 12-hour monitoring evaluation indicators around that. Also aligning and adhering to some of the global standards and our national standards which are aligned with our Government of India indicators. I think some scientific, some evidence-based tools, and we've been doing some quantum help of the Government of India in some in upgrading the SDMPs, the state disaster management plans, district disaster management plans, with the most updated DRR and CCA indicators. Because what we find right now are outdated documents which are not aligned, and this is more to say that to stay relevant, to be efficient, to show efficiency in our programs, relevance, efficiency, effectiveness, and sustainability. So I think there's a greater need to bring in these tools, introduce and administer these tools at the community level to ensure more accountability. It's a humble submission, but I would like to hear the insights from the panelists as well. I completely agree with Parul sir, with whatever cases he has mentioned from the tsunami. And that is something that we need to kind of also see how the corporates and NGOs can work together towards formulation, and then with a deeper coordination mechanism, how everybody can create a deeper impact in a specific geography. Because I presume that we are working in the same locations also, but on different mandates. Is there a way that we can converge all the activities and work together? That's it.
You know, I just spoke about you as your organization to CDRI. Do you know about CDRI? Yes. So you should meet CDRI. Now there's a global coalition or coalition on disaster resilient infrastructure. So we are working with them, you know, and we will be more than happy to help you there to see how things are. So my thinking is integration is important. Disasters, when disasters happen, people are then talking and getting the hurt out to people to say disasters happen, people are dying and all that. But we don't work on pre-disasters to say how preparedness should be with there. I think out of 300, 400 people, not many, if you do the questionnaire, maybe 1 or 2 people will know what SPEAR standards are and what SPEAR organization in India is doing as such. So my thinking here is you also have to work together to create your awareness to in schools. In you have to what is the civil service? Civil service catch them young. The philosophy. You have to catch children at the young level. As in Japan, what happens? So my thinking is you have to change your theory of change also, all that. That's my recommendation, because you had no question, but it was a comment. As I'm also commenting on your question and the phrase. So that's my thing.
She answered it also very well, what one needs to do.
So I think that's what you have to do, and we will be more than happy to help you and getting into CDRI and other things.
Good. So I know we are at we have completed that. Oh, you have one more question?
Okay. Yeah. My name is Mohammed Sharifat. So I'm working with Save the Children. So my question goes with both Emani and Parul sir. So I'm a little bit confused in terms of reach, what you said, how many people you have reached. And many of the time we count reach as an impact. And also impact. During the project period, it's impossible to check the impacts. Like Roshni also said, we need to deep dive. So when you mean deep dive means at 100% engagement of the communities and children's. Okay, that one. And second thing is that now we have to move from organization where we say accountability and we talk about the transparency. That means we have to move for the social audit part. That's it. And the last final part, are we going towards an end-land beneficiary feedback mechanism? Whether they need or not, whether what we gave, like for example, in JNK, we gave from the perspective of the COVID, we worked on peace education and we literally realized that they need an income source to come back to the school, mainstreaming. So we gave them this livelihood. Then again, their livelihood we checked with the income raise or not. That's intended. There's an unintended outcome. So what you said, there's a government facility working, there are other factors are working, and within that also, you are looking at the income raise, but you are not looking at the survival. Within the survival nutrition part, We came to know that nutrition जो गाय दिया हुआ था, वो गाय का दूध उन्होंने जो पिया, जो कभी पीता नहीं था, तो उनका value increase हुआ था. So we have not captured the overall, like when we are looking at the overall impact after 5-7 years, I went to Kargil with my CEO to see without telling them that we are coming. Okay, we went to one of the school. The whole impact with the entire region of the Sanku Belt school has been transformed. But we have worked on the 10 school, the entire school has been transformed. So after 7 years or 5 years, then you can go with the impact. Not like project period of 5 years or 6 years, you cannot do the impact. Yeah, that's more of outcome. So I see it's more of outcome rather than an impact. Thank you.
I know. Exactly. So thank you so much, my dear panelists, and it was nice to be with you all, and thank you HCL Foundation for having me here.
I would just like all the panelists and the moderator to be on the stage. Yes, thank you, Newton and the X-Team panel for the thoughtful and thought-provoking session. My personal takeaway from this M&E, because most of you here would be very closely associated with your M&E in your own organization. So M&E is not to find faults, okay? And M&E is not to make the process complex, and M&E is not to just for the reporting purpose, right? So M&E has much more things to do with. So it is a learning process where we engage community, and it's also that helps you in your organizational decision making and thus deepening the impact. So that's the whole idea that we have got from this very thought-provoking session. So thank you for that, the dear panelists. So I would now like to felicitate the panelists. I would kindly request Ms. Ruchi Sadhana from our audit team. So please be on stage, and she'll be felicitating our moderator, Newton, and Mr. Pal Soni. No, we have another person. Newton and Pal Soni. Because you're friends, I want that. Okay, I kindly request Mr. Santosh, M&E lead from Samudaya. Okay, please, Mr. Yogesh, if you can please join us for felicitating the two professors. So we have Professor Bhaskar Sinha and we have Professor Saruna Jayakumar. Okay, so my bad. Yeah, please. Please, Mr. Pal. Yes. I kindly request all the panelists, the moderator, and the guests, please stay back for a photo. Yeah, please give a good round of applause for the great discussion that we had and for facilitating that. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now we are moving to the last session. I would kindly invite Mr. Alok, Project Director of Project Samudaya, HCL Samudaya, to kindly share the way forward.
Thank you. It's pretty bright out here. So we are coming to the close of 2 days of very engaging sessions, discussions, and some lot of insights that has been part of this 2 days of discussion. I will be very, very brief in terms of just telling you about the things that we are planning to do in the coming near future. As HCL Foundation, over these 2 days of discussion, we have seen a lot of partners working in various domains, a lot of engaging activities that HCL Foundation is doing in various domains under various programs. So to put it briefly, some of the things that have emerged and some of the things that we have discussed. One is, of course, the way that we are going to take the discussion forward on accountability and responsibility. So as we have discussed, we'll be working with the partners and also with internally with our various teams to smoothen the process, to make things more streamlined. That is one of the critical agendas that we have going forward, that we want to make it as streamlined as possible and as effective and efficient as possible, so that most of our time and energies go in delivering the results that we seek on the ground. So that is one of the critical agenda that is in front of us, and we as HCL Foundation and as HCL Tech will be working on. Secondly, a lot of things have been discussed in terms of data, in terms of monitoring, and in terms of how very important all these aspects are in terms of understanding the impact of the things that we are doing under the various projects. So that is one of another area that will be paying a closer attention, and we'll be working with all of the team members, both internally as well as our partners, to bring in more clarity, more data-driven approaches, not only in terms of just merely reporting, but as a few of the panelists and the members who are present here mentioned, to create a very good feedback loop from the communities itself to how the things are going on the ground, what needs to change. So bring in more and more dynamism in our implementation and in our projects, in our programs. So that is another aspect that we'll be working very closely along with the improvement in the processes and other things. Some of the other aspects that we would like to inform you in terms of, I think Nidhi has mentioned, Roshni also mentioned, the HCL Foundation is also seeking to transfer knowledge, its experiences, and its ways of working to take to the global HCL playground and HCL wherever HCL is. So that is something that we'll be also working closely in the coming times, how to take the experiences that we have here, the knowledge that we have here, and kind of expertise that we have, and take it to the global grounds, and wherever there are needs of similar interventions, the knowledge that we have gained and documented and the expertise that we have created should be shared at a global level. So that is one of the big agenda that is in front of us, and we'll be working out the ways and means of doing that over the coming time period. And I'm very hopeful that some of you will be part of that journey also. Well, we will be taking the knowledge and the experiences to the communities wherever HCL is working. So that is also one of the key agenda points of going forward. In terms of our programs, as all of you are aware, you have been associated with us for a long time now. Some of you are, of course, new, but as the chart yesterday was showing, a lot of you are more than 3 years or 5 years have been a partner with us. So some of our programs definitely are increasing both in dimension and, as Roshni mentioned, in depth also. So in that journey, I think some of you are, or most of you would be aware, we are implementing rural development project Samuday in Hardoi for past 7 years now. And it has been showing excellent results, and basis that results, we'll be sharing the knowledge that we have gained from that to our partners also. And at the same time, we are also initiating the project in Tamil Nadu We have already started working in Thoothukudi district of Tamil Nadu Samudaya project. So that is one of the things that we'll also be presenting to you in coming days, what we are doing, where we are doing. And some of these knowledges that are coming out and the linkages that are particularly coming out are very relevant to all our partners. And as a catalyst, as an integrator, we would be happy to bring on board and that knowledge and share that knowledge widely. So that is something that we are trying to do. Other than that, our programs like Harit are also coming out and completely are taking a new shape with the growth that they have seen in the past 2 years, the knowledge that they have gained in terms of conserving, in terms of partners who are aligned with the thought process of Harit. So those programs will also see scaling up in times to come. Particularly in the space of coastal ecosystem management are some of the key areas where these programs are getting very good results, and that is something that they are looking to scale up. Other than that, our other programs, and as you all are part, will continue in the same vein, and we'll try to deepen and see more and more impact on these aspects. So overall, I think for the past 2 days, it has been an excellent discussion, and some of these brief points that I have just mentioned, we'll be working on them along with you. So that's all from my side in terms of way forward. Thank you all of you for being part of this 2 days of very engaging discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alok. We are supercharged for the next decade of positive action. As we are coming to the end of PFC 2022, I'm sure that we've had a lot of emotions, but I can say this on behalf of HCL Foundation team that we are really grateful to have come here and have met all of you after the global pandemic. And I invite Dr. Shantanu Basu, Project Director, HCL Harit, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Aishwarya. I'll not take much time, just 40 minutes. Okay. It's a huge list, actually. So to start or to begin with a vote of thanks for Partnering for Change 2022, none other than the partners. So if I can say, since last 2 days, we have seen more than 500 participants for this event. Amazing. While we were all planning things, we were a little doubtful whether we'll be able to make. We know we have more than 200 partners there, but we are not sure, but you all make that happen. So thanks to all of you. There were more than 160 NGO partners who attended this conference, and we have almost 1,000 participants who attended our Partnering for Change program online through the YouTube link. So thanks to all of you for making it much more bigger there. And we have 17 volunteers from HCL Tech team who come and relentlessly supported various activities throughout these 2 days. And before that also they were kind of supporting us in many ways. Around 20 Yuva Kendra students and scholars supported various activities that's there. And just to begin with a few specific things, probably you are seeing just 100 people from HCL Foundation team, but we represent a 450 plus team, strong and motivated, standing there for all the partners, all the ground action that's there. So thanks to the team for making the success this event, as well as all the work up on ground. And as I took handover from the MC team, so maybe they are the next, Sam, Aishwarya, Ruchi, Abhishek. So thanks to you for taking us through this event. working tirelessly to plan each and every session. We have seen you guys how meticulously you plan for both the 2 days so that we can finish the event back to back continuously without any gap. Thanks to you all. Thanks to all the speakers and moderators and the spokes who have coordinated all of them. It's not very easy, as you know, that people from all pan-India, they traveled for this program. Even speakers, moderators, they also came, traveled quite a long. So thanks to all of you for your time and effort and making this program a huge success. Few team members, definitely I'll name personally, who kind of are probably totally in the background, but without them we cannot see this conference, this Partnering for Change happening. To start with, I'll name Baivav and Natasha. They are really, you guys are pillars, and from the very basic planning, the way you helped, really hats off to you, team. And so do a core team, Manu, Meha, Prijo, Puru, Robin, Sam, Abhishek. So my special thanks to my EHA team and all the artisans groups who have supported in making the bags that we have got during our registration. So thanks to you all. The external and internal communication team led by Devnita, Siddharth, Millie. So thanks to you, whatever news and media coverage we are getting, we are making it live. So thanks to all of you. I thank the Spotlight team led by Mobin. So they are not only taking pictures and taking the videos here, but also the live streaming is done, supported by them. And when we kind of reached here, we first landed up in the registration desk, and we met the poster team. So thanks to the entire registration team and the poster team to make entry of those 500 plus participants and also putting up 200 plus posters. This venue became beautiful because of all of your efforts. Sorry, I forgot. So all these changes and things, this is happening because of the console team. And big hands to Arunima and the coordination. It happened because of that. I think this is more or less I can cover. Sorry, I didn't took 40 minutes. Okay. Okay, they close the mic or what? Okay. So, yeah. And, okay. Okay, it's auto stop. Okay, fine. Okay, that's probably they're stopping that thing. And last but not the least, I'll definitely thank our director, Dr. Nidhi Pundir, for all the guidance and inspiration and motivation to all of us, for the entire team. And it's not that the team only worked. She also spent long hours for the planning. And though, as you know that she is currently also having global CSR agenda, in spite of their early morning and late evening long hours, she spent 2 to 3 hours every day for the team to plan and make this happen. So thanks to all of you, and let's we hope to meet you soon next year like this in a bigger way, in a bigger hall. So till then, bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Basu. Marking the official closure, I would now kindly request all of you to stand in honor of our national anthem.